Up with some of their friends. Heather Knight sipping on a cup of tea, keeping herself warm. I'm pleased to say I'm now joined by umpire Nick Cook. Nick, can you tell us what the situation is at the moment?
Prospects are bleak if we believe the weather forecast. The forecast can be proved to be wrong, but at the moment it's grey, it's overcast, there's a little bit of mizzle. I've spoken to the groundsman. They're expecting this to be the lull before we get a lot of heavy rain coming in from around 1 o'clock. And if that is the case, prospects will be pretty slim to play. But if the forecast turns out to be wrong and it stops and it clears up, the ground staff have been instructed to get on with their clearing up operations. As that stands, that will take over an hour from this precise moment in time. But obviously, more rain we get, the longer it will take. The good thing is we know the outfield at Lord's is fantastic in terms of drying, so that shouldn't be an issue. It'll just be how much rain we get. We need a 20 over game per side for the game to be to come into play, and that means 3:23 would be the latest we could start. So if we've not started by 3:23, we can't get a game in, and it's pretty obvious. You can do the maths. If we work back from that, you know, the ground staff need to be getting everything off 90 minutes before that for the game to go ahead. But we'll wait and see. Everybody will want to play at Lord's, the England girls, the Indian girls, the umpires, everybody concerned. As you quite rightly say, it's a home of cricket. It's a fantastic place to play or to officiate, whether there's a man and a dog or 28,000 people here. You know, we want to play. We'll be as proactive and as positive as possible, but we can only control the controllables, and the weather is not in our hands, I'm afraid-ish. We'll just have to wait and see.
All right, thanks a lot for your time, Nick. He mentions that both teams would like to play. Also, because of the ICC Women's Championship, there's still 2 points up for grabs for both teams. Now, while we wait, we'll try and give you some updates as we go, but for now there's no prospect of play. So in the meantime, why don't we take you back to the second one-day international. India won the toss and chose to bowl. We'll pick up from the first ball.
Well, on the money straight away there, Goswami. And if the two openers can get off to as good a start as they did on Thursday, then England will have a very solid foundation for this innings. Both with 50s.
Yeah, match-winning stand, wasn't it, between these two, Charlotte Edwards and Heather Knight. Tempting one, a bit of movement already.
Yeah, just that little bit of width. Edwards thinking about going after that one.
Scored pretty quickly in the first match, did Charlotte Edwards. The 57 coming from just the 64 balls, 9 boundaries. Interesting to see the sort of tone that she sets right from the start here.
She has said that with her career moving on, she's had to adapt her game, and she can just score all around the wicket. We saw that on Thursday, hitting the ball to the boundary on the offside, on the leg side. Really was a very good display. A real captain's innings on Thursday.
Tight line from Goswami. Charlotte Edwards here playing her 180th one-day international for England. Captain for the best part of a decade now. Still integral to this team.
Oh, she is the First Lady of Cricket. A wonderful average. Such an illustrious career already. And she's got her eye on the 2017 World Cup. She said that.
Wider one. It's that World Cup in England in 2017, and these matches now count towards qualification, don't they, as part of the Women's International Championship, which just gives it an extra edge. Top 4 of the 8 countries qualifying automatically, courtesy of their results over the next 2.5 years.
Well, the ICC Championship seems like a good format. More people can get on board with how things work over the next 2.5 years. They can see that the results really do count towards something.
Yeah, I think all the players are big fans of the new system, aren't they? Gives it that extra competitive edge, as we say. So that's ball of the opening over.
Well, the first runs off the bat, Edwards off the mark, and just 2 from that opening go, but good solid start that for Goswami.
Took the 1 wicket on Thursday, Goswami opening the bowling. Well, the crowds are coming in already.
Yeah, just £5 entry for under 16s, also for over 65s as well. £10 for adults. It will be Niranjana from the pavilion end. Once again, it's Charlotte Edwards on strike.
Had a fairly tough time, Niranjana, on Thursday, without a wicket. Going for 42 from her 6 overs. First ball of the day from the pavilion end here at North Marine Road. It's been a careful, watchful start from Charlotte, hasn't it?
Oh, just trying to get into this innings. On Thursday, straight away, she was on the front foot, firing boundaries. This time, just a little bit more reserved. Difference, of course, is that England are setting the target today instead of chasing down.
Big appeal down the leg side.
Well, a bit of a smile from Charlotte Edwards. She's not convinced. Oh, I'm just wondering if the umpire gave that as a wide. Don't believe he has. The scoreboard hasn't changed. That's a lovely shot. And the first boundary of the day goes to the captain.
Picked her spot sweetly there, and she threw the covers. Nine fours on Thursday, off the mark with that first boundary today, and a solid start from the skipper.
Well, as I was saying, just able to score all around the wicket that time. A lovely looking drive. Just a bit fuller that time by Niranjana. Well, England, of course, can wrap up this ODI series today. There is a third ODI on Monday, back Bank Holiday Monday at the home of cricket at Lord's. India will be hoping to try and make that to mean something on Monday.
Well, there is confirmation of the schedule against India. That match that Mikey was mentioning on Monday. Always a huge occasion at Lord's. India hoping there will be something at stake in terms of the series. Of course, South Africa to come a little later in the T20 internationals. So into the second over. And there is confirmation of the schedule against South Africa. Those 3 T20 internationals, Chelmsford, Northampton and Edgbaston. A couple of matches for the South Africans against England Academy to get themselves warmed up for that as well. But a busy summer for England's women. Their first year as fully professional outfit, of course. And they've made a professional start here in the first couple of overs.
Heather Knight yet to face the ball today. Really good display on Thursday. Wonderful half-century. And she might just be disappointed about how she got out. She was trying to play the big shot, caught on the boundary. But up until that point, it was flawless cricket from her. And well worthy of her player of the match display. She got 3 wickets, of course, during India's innings. And backed that up with a half-century.
Testing little opener for her there, though, wasn't it? She looks to follow up that fine performance. Just for a split second thought about that one.
Well, that was the first ball of this over. Heather Knight just having a nibble. We've got to say the condition of the wicket is very impressive. After 6 days of Yorkshire County Cricket during the annual Scarborough Festival last week, it remains a very good wicket, carrying through to the wicketkeeper very well. And Goswami once again getting good bounce on the ball.
Are you surprised by India deciding to have a bowl, having won the toss, or not?
Well, I think the thinking by Mithali Raj is there is some cloud cover above. And England really did profit from that on Thursday in the morning. Bit of swing in the air. And I'm sure Raj will be thinking that she might get the same again. Blue sky starting to dominate the skies. It's a much, much more pleasant day than it was on Thursday. Fingers crossed it stays that way, though. It does have the tendency to change fairly quickly here in Scarborough.
Forecast is a little mixed for later. Nobody seems to be able to predict with any great certainty what weather is coming our way.
I've given up looking. I really have. Every single forecast is different.
So Knight off the mark, denying Goswami the maiden over there. Showing she'll keep the strike.
Well, speaking yesterday, Charlotte Edwards said that this was one of the best wickets she's played on in England for a while. Something I'm sure that will please the Scarborough groundsman.
Little dispute over that one, I don't think, was there, from Niranjana.
Been part of the national team since 2008, Niranjana. Made her ODI and T20 debuts on India's tour of England back in 2008. Become an important part of this side. Well, she had to have the magic spray on her finger on Thursday. Taking a painful looking one in the field. Seemed to do the trick though, that magic spray. Able to continue bowling. And good to see no ill effects here today as well.
Finding the range.
Well, there is a real vim and vigour about this India side today in the field. It's a good start for them. Sure, Mithali Raj will be happy. Keeping things pretty tight.
Couple of days by the seaside to acclimatise, because they did find the conditions tough on Thursday. Real mixed bag from Niranjana this over, isn't it?
Well, no run there. Sharp in the field once more. Well, I think this is pretty much what England would have been expecting from India today from the start, for them to come back hard after the defeat. They really have started looking sharp in the field. And it's noticeable how much noisier it is in the field from the Indian side. Quick single, steered down for one. And Knight steals the strike. 4 overs gone. It's 9 for no loss here.
Well, there is plenty of potential batting to come for England, of course. Any change to that lineup in the bowling attack with cross for Brunt. But Edwards and Knight look like if they are to build a similar partnership to a couple of days ago, they're going to have to do it a different way.
Well, absolutely, they were firing boundaries at will on Thursday. This time they're having to dig in a bit more at the start. It's another good ball from Goswami. Once again, that bounce. She's got the height and she's using the pitch really well. That's a wonderful delivery. Knight doing well to avoid getting any contact on that.
Looking a real threat is Goswami. Sacrificed a little bit of a pace in recent years, but that was a really awkward one for Heather Knight. Giving the England openers much to work with here.
Well, yeah, absolutely. You mentioned that she sacrificed some pace. She used to be considered the fastest bowler in world cricket. Still a real threat.
So effective on pretty much any surface as well, isn't she? Tempting it into that wider delivery.
Oh, she's riding her luck at the moment, is Knight. A number of times she's played at them and missed out wide. It's a really good early battle, this one.
England struggling to get this scoreboard ticking over. Just that one boundary from Charlotte Edwards so far. It's 5th over now. Found it hard to get going.
Oh, just listen to that noise after every ball, after every good bit of fielding. Plenty of encouragement from the fielders.
It is just going to get there, and that spoils what would otherwise have been an excellent over for India. Big smile.
Yeah, Heather Knight's good timing, just relieving some of that pressure. 5 dot balls in a row. And this one just steered through the offside, just evading the fielder. And Hector Bisht couldn't quite run that one down. Really very impressive in the bowling stakes from Knight on Thursday, considering she hasn't really been bowling spin for that long. Only 3 months, she said.
Only had 3 one-day international wickets until Thursday, didn't she? And doubled her tally in the space of that match. Another wide.
Well, considering she is a very accomplished top-order batter, it's very important that she can add that to her game as well. It makes her so much more important to this side. So valuable. An opening batter who can supply some spin as well.
Of course, now vice-captain this year as well. A single.
That one will run away. Will just be stopped before the boundary. Well, it's turning into a bright sunny day here in Scarborough.
Getting better, isn't it, the longer that we go on?
Get to come here often?
Now and again. Now and again. I was holidaying just along the coast, actually, a little earlier in the summer in Filey. Highly recommend it.
Well, you can hear the gulls above us. I was informed by Matthew Hoggard not to call them seagulls on Thursday. He was very annoyed with me when I called them seagulls. He said they're not actually called seagulls. You're doing them a disservice if you call them that. There are plenty of varieties of gull. Black-headed gull being a very popular one around here. Bit of a bird watcher, Matthew Hoggard. Oh, gets away with that one. Knight going for the big heave-ho.
Few early scares for Heather Knight.
Well, these two opening bowlers, Niranjana and Goswami, bowling very well for no reward so far.
Come back for a second. Played it nicely off the legs. Second wide of the over.
Yeah, 4 wides in this innings in the opening 6 overs.
The end of the 6th over, England 20 without loss. And although those opening bowlers have, as you say, bowled well, England so far have survived relatively unscathed. Both teams with reason for optimism in the opening exchanges.
Just wondering how long Mithali Raj will stick with these bowlers. Might think about a change to try and find that wicket that she wants. But she'll be delighted with Goswami at the moment. She's not giving much away, is she? 3 overs bowled so far, just the 7 runs coming from them. Just pinning down these England openers.
Been excellent, hasn't she, from this Trafalgar Square end? Continuing in that same vein here.
Yeah, really have been impressed with her line at the moment. It's an open ground here at Scarborough, big crosswind as well. And to keep that line precise is impressive so far from Goswami.
That's one thing you're always guaranteed here, the wind, whatever the time of year. Painful one.
Oh, could be a chance of a run at it. Just missing there, Goswami. Edwards feeling that one.
Felt that from here. It really was a painful one.
Well, a real mix-up. Heather Knight was thinking the quick single was on. Charlotte Edwards more concerned with the ball clattering into her hand. And then Knight had to quickly scamper back. She would have been gone.
Going to be okay, I think, here, Charlotte. She will be feeling that for a little while.
Yeah, Charlotte Edwards just sending the physio away. I think the physio was ready to come on, but captain will carry on.
Got halfway across the outfield to the physio and has just been sent back again. Not required.
Well, again, it's a quick single that they try and go for, and a bit of a mix-up again.
Quite the same sort of fluency in the partnership yet that we saw a couple of days ago.
Well, again, it would have been Knight in trouble. Came halfway down the pitch. Sent back again. Well, a clearer shout that time by Charlotte Edwards.
Lessons learned, maybe. It's been an eventful 7th over, but we haven't had a run from it yet. He just denies Goswami the maiden. Another hugely impressive contribution, and still further concern for the captain. That was how she was hurt. It remains to be seen whether that will have a lasting influence on the contest.
Goswami's done that to many batters over the years. It's that extra bounce that she just gets compared to others. Catches lots of batters out.
And Jana staying on from the pavilion end.
Well, enthusiasm not dampened by not being able to get the opening wicket. The Indian fielders really have been full of voice here this morning. Just struggling to get the ball away through this field at the moment.
And the wide given.
Well, it is Niranjana who's struggling with the line a bit more than Goswami. A few wides now she's given away. Might just be struggling with this cross breeze.
Fuller delivery again, but there aren't, as you say, too many gaps in the field right now. Certainly England aren't picking them.
Oh, Charlotte Edwards still wincing every so often from that blow to the hand. And without a doubt, Mithali Raj will be the happier captain right now. Really will be happy with how the field is set up. Her bowlers doing their job as well.
Yeah, solid start this for India. Really keeping the pressure on, aren't they? Very few loose balls now, bar the odd wide.
Well, if these Indian bowlers can keep this pressure on, this is when mistakes might come in and the rash shot might come out from Edwards and Knight.
The pattern goes on. Another excellent over. 8 overs in now. England 22 without loss.
Oh, with Charlotte Edwards, all her experience, what do you reckon she's saying to Heather Knight right now?
Probably, as you were mentioning, concentration is going to be the major issue. Just talking each other through it. Don't worry too much about the runs maybe at this stage. I mean, at some point, there is going to come a point where they have to release the shackles, but probably not yet this early in the match. They'll just be trying to see through this period of pressure. Because there is a frustration maybe for India as well. Yes, they've bowled well and they've restricted their runs, but they could have had a wicket by now. There's been 1 or 2 scares. The fact that they haven't may begin to play on Indian minds the longer this goes on. Intriguingly poised right from the start, isn't it?
Well, like you say, if this opening partnership can come through this sticky patch, this struggle early on, they might be stronger on the other side. That one just played off the legs. Should be 2 at least. They will just stick with 2.
Just gets that scoreboard ticking over again.
Yeah, Goswami just a little frustrated that for once she was straying off her line. Well, if the sun continues this afternoon, Phil, this could be the first time I have an ice cream here in Scarborough. Been here 3 days.
You resisted the temptation
yet
till
to
now.
have an ice cream. I'm too much of a wuss. It's been windy, wet. Don't really fancy a Mr. Whippy in that weather, but this could be the afternoon.
Has to be done at some point. Not even on your day off yesterday?
Not even.
Fish and chips?
We went for a curry instead.
Curry by the seaside?
By the seaside, I know. A team decision. Production team decided to go for a curry and not for fish and chips.
Poor.
Well, it's an early lunch here. Maybe just 11s.
Sausage roll, I think, there.
Well, some excellent pork pies there. I didn't have one on Thursday. Matthew Hoggard had a few. He said they had a lovely piccalilli running through them.
Right, nice. And we've seen that before, and another smile on the face of Heather Knight. Again, survives the scare. So 9 overs in, England 24 without loss, and a change in the commentary box. We'll hand you over to Matt Floyd and Mal Lloyd.
Thanks very much. Decent start by India this. And then 24 without loss of 9. Ranjana to continue.
Yeah, and very impressive. Goswami bowls from a very high action. So she's getting a bit of bounce. She uses her height. And I just think it's a bit of a strange decision from the Indian captain to bowl first on a used pitch. Just showing a little bit of an indifference in bounce as well. Later on in the day, we'll probably see that taking its toll, I think, on the actual pitch itself.
Upish. No one there, down to third man for the single. So do you think Mal Rain came into that decision at the toss?
Yeah, well, it's something. Maybe the Indian fielder and the captain probably realises it gets a bit colder as well as the day goes on in Scarborough, so they probably want to get it out the way. I just think it's a strange decision. I'll try to get a closer look to the pitch, but the hospitality of the ground staff wasn't particularly good to me, actually. I had a closer look, and they said, "What are you doing, lad?" And I said, "Just have a look at the pitch." Well, you've had a look, now do one. Nice to know that Yorkshire hospitality hasn't changed. You might have known that I was a Lancastrian once upon a time.
I was going to say, you must have upset some people here in your playing days.
I know I nearly retired here in 2010. It was so cold. In the 6th over, I just thought, you know what, I've had enough.
Have you been impressed with the discipline so far of both the Indian opening bowlers? They've just bowled to their field, haven't they?
Yeah, really impressed, especially with Goswami. She's got a very good record of one of the fastest bowlers in women's cricket, but it's where she bowls the ball from. Very, very tall bowler. And, you know, that saying of bowling a heavy ball, it comes from when you get that extra bounce, it hits the splice of the bat and you feel it in your hand as a batsman, hence the that heavy sort of feel. And of course you have to be very disciplined with this white ball, because after the 2 or 3 overs there's no movement whatsoever, and which makes it a bit of a, you know, the reason why there might be, because of the cloud cover, why they bowled first. But I just feel with the movement in the air, it's non-existent, because it's just that chill in the air. It just doesn't happen, especially with the white ball.
Single down to 3rd man. Niranjana yet again dangling outside the offside. With a 7-2 field, it's proving difficult at the moment for the England batters.
It is difficult. It's good bowling, but I think they'll be pretty pleased. They've got through probably their key bowlers here in the first 10 overs. And it seems to be the modern way, I suppose, to keep wickets in hand towards the end of the innings, to set the foundations for an onslaught, especially in the last 15 overs. Which I think that would be, I'm guessing that would be the game plan for the England team.
Well, as you can say, if they can fight through this tough period and keep wickets in hand, that will surely be the key today.
It seems to be the modern way.
I suppose 2 new balls has really changed that, hasn't it?
Yeah, very much so. It's Goswami again. Just whether that's hit the seam, or I think that's might have hit a crack in the surface. It is a used pitch. Yeah, but yeah, it's just the hard ball, the hardness, especially towards the end of the innings. You can go at 10 and over sometimes, especially in the last 6 or 7 overs. You can see it's quite breezy out there as well. Tough for the bowlers. Into it. She's a strong bowler, Goswami. She's really tackling herself here. Might be trying to find it a little bit more difficult at the moment, as the breezes, as you can see in her hair there.
Beats the bat again. We've seen this a number of times. Keeps hitting the seam, and Heather Knight, I think, has played and missed half a dozen times already.
Yeah, and it's interesting. It seems to be doing a bit now at the moment. Whether that's the pitch or not, or the actual conditions in the air or not, I don't much doubt it. I know the wind's got up, and there's a big smile there from the face of Heather.
Without chance, that looks like it is very close. In fact, I'm pretty sure that is out. India certainly think so. Heather Knight looks pretty disappointed.
And that's down to the bowling, the pressure. The pressure they've created as a bowling unit here has been fantastic. And she's taken, it's been brewing, hasn't it, to be fair, a run out and a wicket of that kind, just because of the quality of the bowling, and she's taken the risk here.
Miles short in the end. Pretty suicidal run, you'd have to say. Let's have a look at this angle here. Straight to mid-on, and a fantastic bit of fielding from Shika.
Yeah, you generally know in a direct hit they're going to be there or thereabouts coming out, but it just showed there on the replay. And the night was well short of the ground. Just as we said about a solid start and the foundations being set, they've just lost a wicket through the pressure that's brought in the new batsman.
Arguably England's star batsman comes to the crease, Sarah Taylor. Extremely talented individual in her usual spot of number 3. But England could certainly do with another partnership here, because they've started slowly and now they've done exactly what they didn't want to do and lose that first wicket before the partnership had really developed.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Sarah Taylor play. I've heard a lot of good things about her. I know Charlotte Edwards pretty well. Seen her, Tammy Beaumont, an exciting young player, but yes, Sarah Taylor is the real star of this side.
Good first ball, that. Making Sarah Taylor play. Lots in that channel of uncertainty from Goswami.
Yeah, very much so. Very, very consistent, there or thereabouts, just creating that pressure. Just a couple of missed shots as well. Again, that consistency from the bowler. Tough conditions here for Charlotte Edwards, but experience will come out with this. I'm sure she will get through it. What she will realise is that, you know, it's Goswami's probably their best bowler, and she's probably going to tire pretty soon. Whether she's going to carry on with her spell or not, I'm not sure, but she's obviously played against this Indian attacker a few times, and with the slower bowlers, the spinner bowlers will be coming on. And there is a change of bowling from the, would you call it the pavilion end, would you call it, Matt?
Reckon that's a pretty good shout, yeah.
I was at Northampton the other day, and I played there for 14 years, and I got the name wrong twice. So I called it the old football ground end. The Cobblers played there, of course, but now it's called the Lynn Wilson end.
So Shika Pandey, after that fantastic run out, now gets the chance to show what she can do with the ball. Right on medium bowler. Let's see if she can exploit the conditions as Goswami and Niranjana have done, because there's been plenty of movement out there. Gentle inducker to start with. Good bit of fielding.
Yeah, different type of bowler. A bit of in swing there. Just this wind going across from the ground will help, no doubt.
Much easier single this time. Not straight to mid-on, unlike the previous Heather Knight dismissal.
Yeah, and it won't be the actual natural swing that she's getting here. It's that wind. It's just looking at the side screen in the background there. It is quite significant, and it certainly will help her medium pace in ducker bowling here.
Yeah, it seems as though she's got the wind behind her. Are you slightly surprised that Goswami is the senior fast bowler, isn't bowling with the wind?
Well, I think just in the last 20 minutes, the wind's actually, direction's actually changed, and I think she tries to go against the wind at that angle. If it comes from third man, it's going to help naturally for her, but it's the wind's got up quite significantly, and it's going against her at the moment. I'll be very surprised if she carries on with her spell. They might just gamble that another over here just to get Charlotte Edwards or the very dangerous Sarah Taylor, though. Just to get them out, that really gets them into that middle order.
Well timed. There is someone out there on the boundary, though, so again, run saved.
What do you think's a good total here, Matt? With a fast outfield, cold conditions though, very good. Well, it's a fairly good pitch. Very little I got to see of it.
Well, 180 was nowhere near enough in the first game. That was a 47 overs. England ended up 150 off 30, so they were looking like they were heading for a much bigger score than that. Conditions seem fairly similar. Slightly nicer day today.
Yeah, I generally, if it's the same pitch, I tend to take about 20 runs off on a used pitch on what would be a benchmark score of around about, probably saying about 200. So maybe saying around about 180, 190 today. I think it's going to be a competitive score, that is for sure. But it all depends, I feel, on the second day on a wear and pitch, how the spinners bowl and if there is significant turn.
Well, this is our first look at spin. Ekta Bisht, the left arm spinner. He's taken a hat-trick before against Sri Lanka in the 2012 ICC Women's World T20. But this will be a challenge. Cold conditions, we'll need to warm the fingers up for a start. Misfield. Result in at least one. Yeah, just the single. Charlotte Edwards.
And Bish, in true Yorkshire Geoffrey Boycott tradition, still keeping a cap on while she has a bowl. Quite rare to see that, isn't it? See a bowler hit the cap on. Maybe she's forgotten.
Well, she did it in the game on Thursday, so it's obviously something she likes to do. If you're the batsman, can you ask the bowler to take the cap off there?
That's a good question. I've never come across. I actually know. I tell a lie. Played in a pre-season game against Somerset, and Richard Johnson was bowling in like a woolly hat, and it was so cold, and I said, no, it's just not within the traditions of the game. I think it was about 10 teammates were wearing woolen hats as well, so I couldn't really argue with them.
Again, just half stopped, and resulting in a single for Charlotte. Yeah, I think a woolly hat's probably taking it just a bit too far. It's like a snood in football. Just a hint of turn there. He played in the end, and the single taken.
She's got a nice action, very simple, very basic. We could get a little bit more energy on the ball, but it is her first few balls. It'll take her time to warm up. impressed with India in the field. They've been very busy in between the overs. The bowlers have been backed up by the fielders. And yeah, there seems to be good energy out there. They did arrive at around about 10 o'clock today, which was a bit of a surprise. With the England team around about 9 o'clock, I think they arrived. They've been doing their warm-ups, but I think the Indian team want to minimalise their time in this cold Yorkshire weather.
Right, that is making me hungry. Well forwarded there by Pandey. Traditional Yorkshire pork pie. Bit early for a pork pie, or are you partial to one of this time of day?
I don't mind a pork pie, especially in the area of Melbury, of course, in the Midlands. What's that old saying? Never eat pork pie on a Monday. Is that right? You ever heard of that saying?
I'm from the south, mate. I don't know.
Just only on a Monday. We're okay today.
I'll take your word for it.
Well, I think they're made on a Friday, so generally, and I think that tradition's changed over the years.
Lovely shot and lovely bit of fielding as well. Very nice. Classy on drive there by Sarah Taylor. Very good through that area usually. An excellent stop there. Full stretch.
Again, it's quite significant in swing there, whether it's in actual natural swing or the wind actually helping the bowler. Not really sure as we're up here in the skies in our commentary box, but consistent bowling, being backed up again. The previous ball by the fielder at mid-on.
Squirted away down to third man. Quite a bit's gone down there so far. Just the single. So the field quite well spread now. We are, of course, through the initial power play. And England, it must be said, finding boundaries hard to come by at the moment. They're just having to tick along with the odd single here and there.
Yeah, and I think it is, like I said earlier, it's the modern way to have wickets in hand towards the end of the innings, to build up foundation, to launch an attack on the bowling side.
Two's the call, and they're going for it. Oh, well run in the end. That's exactly the kind of aggressive running we're going to need to see from England if they're going to need to get that run rate up. Just 2.57 at the moment.
Very good running there, especially from Sarah Taylor. It was her call. She's going to the danger end towards fine leg. So the fine leg fielder had to go to the non-strikers in the end. It's a longer throw. Good aggressive call from that Sarah Taylor. She's got quite a significant trigger movement across her stumps. And she's in a fixed position at the point of release. Very, very bottom-handed player on early signs of seeing Sarah Taylor. Charlotte Edwards, a very, very orthodox player, very correct, worked out a method and a way of playing over the years.
Down the track this time.
Say that, I bigged her up there. Very technical player, come down the track and try to smack it with the bottom hand. It's always the way.
That was out of the Mal Loy book, wasn't it? Classy, a purer shot this time, but again straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I don't remember the cover drive or anything as elegant as that.
you still playing that sweep to the fast bowlers?
Well, I very rarely play now. I play a bit of PCA stuff, but no, I don't hang around that long anymore for the devil on my right shoulder to give that a go. So, no, it's a no, I'm afraid, Matt. Thankfully, that's been put to bed. But what the players do now, of course, it's incredible. Someone like Joss Buttler, who's these fine sweeps and the Dilshan scoops, they go, it's a 360-degree game now, and the way they play is extraordinary.
Ooh, turn there. There's definitely something in this pitch for the spinners.
Very much so. Another reason I just think it's a strange decision by the captain of India to bowl first. Charlotte Edwards did say it was one of the best pitches she'd seen at this level. But, on the second day, and it will be the 4th innings when India bat on this. I can only see there'll be significant turn towards the end of this day.
Got a few spectators in. All of them wrapped up pretty warm. Not too bad when you're in the sun, but when it goes away, it is pretty chilly out there. And lots of hot tea and hot water bottles, I think.
Just again there, Sarah Taylor, that bottom hand, yeah, she's just correcting that stroke there. Just comes in a fraction too early, closing the face of the bat. So it just skewers to mid-wicket. Just struggling with the timing with that. Just got to be a little bit stronger with that top hand to hit down the ground.
Delicate this time. Will be cut off though. So 2 more for Sarah Taylor. She moves on to 8. And England up to 41 for 1.
You can hear the shout of 2-2-2 from Sarah Taylor. She knows exactly what she wants from that ball. She knows who the fielder is. Oh, how fine the ball has gone. Excellent calling, aggressive calling.
And what you get with Sarah Taylor is she's only been in for 13 balls, but generally there's always an upping of the tempo when she comes to the crease. She's very busy.
Well, if there's no boundaries coming, then you've got to be busy. You've got to create those 1s into 2s and get the innings going. And yeah, someone like that in the middle order is definitely needed. Sarah Taylor just having a look around. Just picking out a fielder, seeing where those 2s can be. In swinging bowl towards that leg side.
Past the outside edge. Perhaps the first time that Pandey has done that. We've seen it plenty of times from Goswami and Niranjana though.
And was there a chance there? Just the reaction of the bowler might suggest there was.
Oh, lovely shot that. Beautiful hands through the ball. It's square of the wicket, and that is the first boundary for some time.
Yeah, and the first time that little bit of width outside the off stump, enabling Taylor just to throw her hands through the ball there with that bottom hand, and it splits the fielders. And in this outfield, it's a rapid outfield. As soon as it beats the outfield, the fielders, the infielders, it's always 4.
So England 45 for 1 off 16. I'm going to vacate the chair, and Mikey Pereira will be joining you, Mel.
Down the pitch she comes there. Charlotte Edwards using her feet. got to the pitch of the ball, fantastic shot over the top. It's a boundary, a much needed boundary there for Edwards.
Well, looks like I've joined the commentary box back again when the intent has been up to it. A couple of falls in 2 balls here. Trying to get the foot on the gas perhaps here, England.
I did watch Charlotte Edwards in practice, using her feet against the spinners, trying to hit over the top. Yeah, game plan here, especially on the offside. She is a very bottom-handed player, Edwards, which is why the deep mid-on is out there instead of the deep mid-off.
So the groundsman let you close enough to watch practice then?
I couldn't believe it. I really couldn't. It was about 9 o'clock I was here, and I'm the only person here. I went out to the middle. Boy, what are you doing, lad?
They want to keep the pitch in pristine condition. It's been a very good pitch so far this week.
Good cricket there from Charlotte Edwards. She's got the boundary earlier in the over. Just rotating the strike.
Well, I was impressed with how Ektabish bowled on Thursday. Offers a good option for Mithali Raj.
Yeah, she's got a very, very simple action. She walks. She could do a lot more with her action, a bit more energy to the crease. She seems a very, very laid-back sort of character, ambling up, and then she seems very, very natural and smooth and consistent.
She did once get a hat-trick in a T20 encounter against Sri Lanka. And these are her figures so far in this series. Got 1 wicket in that match on Thursday. Of course, India only got 3 wickets before the match was abandoned. England winning by 42 runs via the Duckworth-Lewis method.
Just looking up at the skies, hopefully Duckworth-Lewis won't be coming into action at all today. There's been another change of bowling. Left arm bowler, left arm spinner.
Well, I don't know if you're like me, Mal, but I checked about 5 different weather forecasts this morning. Everyone saying something different.
I assure you now, I think we're fine. It's too cold to rain.
It's good logic, that.
Yep. It might snow.
Well, that also stops cricket matches as well, doesn't it?
I've played here 3 times, and yeah, I've never seen the sun or an actual warm day here, so it's cynical towards the weather here.
Oh, a quick single there. Has to scamper here.
Again, that bottom hand coming through from Taylor. Very, very strong with the bottom hand. And nearly gave a half chance to the bowler. And a run out nearly as well. If a direct hit would have been close.
Well, at this stage of the innings, Charlotte Edwards, will she be happy?
I think she'd be very happy. Mr. Mutz said it earlier, it's the foundations of it being set for an onslaught, I think, for the last 15 overs.
That's a lovely shot. And that will make her a little happier. Edwards finding the gap.
The runs seem to be coming thick and fast now. A boundary and over. She'll be very, very pleased with this shot here. Beautiful cover drive. Getting through that onslaught early doors from the 2 opening bowlers, especially Goswami, who was excellent. Only lose 1 wicket.
Well, Charlotte Edwards is just a run machine, the highest scorer in ODI history. And many people think that Sarah Taylor's one of the players that perhaps could catch that in a few years' time.
Well, she certainly has the ability. I think the secret for Charlotte Edwards, I remember seeing her as a 16, 17-year-old girl. I had worked very hard on her technique, got the basics, and then naturally got stronger. And when she wants to go through the gears and score quickly, she's got a strong bottom hand. So she's just worked it out for herself over the years, which has made her so consistent.
Well, she certainly has time on her side, Sarah Taylor, just 25 years of age. You can see what she has to do to catch up with Charlotte Edwards. Plenty of runs to go, but Ebony Rainford-Brent, who was here the other day, said that she is the most talented player in the squad.
Yeah, you can see, you can just see, I've not seen a lot of her, but in this innings especially, she's got a lot of ability and she's got time on her side, and the amount of cricket they play now, women's cricket, I'm pretty sure she'll catch up with those statistics on Charlotte Edwards.
And Sarah Taylor has been around the England setup since 2006. Very safe pair of hands behind the wicket as well. It's Niranjana back on. She was bowling from the pavilion end in her previous spell. Change of ends this time. A lovely shot.
Shot of the day for me. Great timing there. Just that extra pace on the bat from the opening bowler now. The ball is now it's that stage where it's gun barrel straight. There's no movement at all.
Well, we are back live here at Lord's, where the scene is not good, unfortunately. We were hoping to bring you action from the third and final Royal London Women's ODI between England and India. But the rain gods have intervened so far today here at the home of cricket. It's a wet, soggy day in northwest London, and the forecast doesn't look too good for the rest of the day. But Matthew Hoggard, can we remain ever hopeful?
We can remain hopeful, but I don't think it's going to do much for us because the weather is set in. It looks very grim over the back of the media stand where the weather's coming from. But the good news is the drainage here is brilliant.
Well, it's a real disappointment for many of the India players, I'm sure, in particular. Not many would have had the opportunity to play here before. 5 of the current squad were in the side that beat England here in 2012, but it doesn't look likely that they're going to get on the field of play today.
Now, we've seen the water on the outfield, but since Lord's relayed the outfield in 2002, the drainage here has been fantastic, and that standing water will seep through the sand into the drains very quickly. So I don't think the standing water is the issue. What is the issue is that I don't think it's going to stop raining long enough for the groundsman to do any work on the ground whatsoever.
Well, the forecast is very bad for the next few hours. There are some hardy souls here at Lord's who have stayed. And the Indian players deciding that, why not, let's get some mementos of today.
It's such a great ground to play at. It's such an atmosphere, such a historic place to be. Then you have to take the option to take the selfies and to take some promotions back. But old man time looking a little bit grim up there.
Yeah, looks a bit sad up there, doesn't he? Well, let's take you back to the action from Saturday and the second ODI from Scarborough with Charlotte Edwards and Sarah Taylor batting for England. It's Niranjana bowling to Sarah Taylor at 63 for 1.
I'd like to know who's Sarah Taylor, who she looks up to. A lot of movement, pre-movement before she faces the ball. Dare I say, Kevin Peterson-esque. There's a bit there, and the bottom hand coming through very early.
Well, there's certainly worse people to emulate. in some respects.
Yeah, oh, definitely. Yeah, in some respects. So yeah, it's just looking at trigger movements there, the setup. Problem with that, though, from a technical point of view, when you're going across your stumps, you've just got to be set at the point of delivery. Sometimes it just falls over and brings in that bottom hand. I'm talking on a coaching point there.
Yeah, she really does step across her wickets, doesn't she?
I'd be interested if you interview her after the game, who she tries to emulate and looks up to. I'm pretty sure it would be Kevin Peterson.
Similar aggressive style, isn't she?
Definitely won't be Jeffrey Boycott.
Well, a big shout. Umpire not convinced.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad shout. Just feel that probably going just down leg side a bit.
Oh, it's close.
In saying that, it's probably a little bit closer than I first thought. But Mark Benson, very, very good umpire on the circuit. International umpire, of course.
Well, the edge will run away for 4. Charlotte Edwards moving on to 27. 19 overs now, 68 for just the 1 wicket. And a few more smiles now for Edwards and Taylor as the runs are starting to come a bit more freely.
Yeah, they'll be very happy. This is a nice partnership building here for England. Charlotte Edwards will be very pleased. She had a horrendous time early doors against Swami, getting hit on the hand off a length. Hostile bowling from her, but she's getting the rewards now in this partnership, getting through that difficult period early doors. And now runs consistently coming off the bat.
Yeah, best over of the innings from an England perspective, that previous one. That's good fielding. Rajaswari really does loop the ball, doesn't she?
Yeah, she certainly gives it some air and wants to deceive the batsman in the flight. Just a different type of bowler.
Good sweep away there.
Yeah, sorry, the only thing with that is it just gives the batsman time to adjust their shot. And at the moment it's a bit samey, a bit loopy. If she could just vary her pace and her effort on the ball and maybe a bit of length as well, then just to deceive the batsman.
That's a lovely ball. Just beaten in the air there. How would you play against this?
Well, the form I'm in, I'd probably struggle at the moment, but I'd certainly try to I'd get the fielders back at min-off with the spin going away from the right-handed batsman. I try and keep a strong position in my shot, go over the top and work the ball around for the singles.
How was your previous innings? Who was it for?
PCA Masters at Littleborough. I managed to hoik about 20, I think. It wasn't pretty.
How were you given out? Caught?
Yeah, no, I was caught and bowled against. She was a bit annoyed. It was against an Australian. Just adds to the insult to the injury, doesn't it? Against an Aussie, and yeah, I play around about 5 games a year now. One at school. I'm a school teacher at Wellingborough School. Against the boys at the end of the term.
How'd you do against them?
Yeah, actually, I did all right. You know what? It's the only time actually, you've got to try and you've got to put the effort in there, because if they nick you out for naught, then that's it. You're going to hear that for the rest of the year. I managed to get 100.
That is the most important one, I think.
A bit of pride comes in.
Shika Pandey back into the attack, knocked away for one.
Slightly surprised, Pandey's back into the attack. To be honest, I think the way to go now for the rest of these innings, that the two spinners would have been working well together, just to create a bit of pressure.
Well, you mentioned that you think Sarah Taylor looked up to Kevin Peterson as a youngster. Who did a young Mal Loy look up to? Surely a Lancashire legend.
Oh, it was actually, well, growing up as I first started at Northamptonshire. It was Wayne Larkins, actually. I loved watching him play. He emptied bars in those days. Whereas David Capel, who's the assistant coach of England, he filled bars. So I know he's not hearing that, so I can say it. And there he is, of course, David Capel, ex-Northamptonshire and England all-rounder, Northampton coach as well.
We were talking earlier, the excellent coaching setup that the England women have.
It's incredible, the support staff here with the physio. You've got an S&C coach, you've got about 3 or 4 coaches as well, specialising in batting and fielding and bowling. It's what they've got now these days is absolutely fantastic, especially going into the professional era.
Well, worked away for at least one. It will be 2. Scampering back.
Support, Waitrose supporting, of course, England for every boundary scored. Every boundary scored, it goes to grassroots cricket, which is a fantastic cause, I think, in girls cricket especially. A fast-growing sport in this country. Cricket, of course, in the women's game.
Yeah, absolutely. Just as you were saying, Waitrose donating £100 for every boundary scored. And today, well, it's tallied up at 700 so far, 7 fours. Waitrose having to dig into their pockets. Sure they can manage that.
She's using her feet again there, Edwards. Well established now in her innings here. She's timing it excellently. Still looks fresh at the crease as well. As I said earlier, just a shake of each as the sound there. It's a 50 partnership there.
And that's quite quick. 50 from 65 balls, certainly up the pace after that wicket that we saw. That's a big, risky shot. Survives there, Taylor.
You can see what Taylor's trying to do, and it's a mis-stumping. Trying to go over the top.
Yeah, Karuna Shaheen couldn't quite take that cleanly behind the stumps.
Yeah, she's trying to go over the top, so it sets the field back, so you literally get the 1s and 2s pretty much consistently for the next 10 overs.
Wow. She's been bowled, or she's hit her own wicket. I think she's been bowled there. And what a disappointing way for Taylor to leave.
Yeah, and something was brewing there, wasn't it? She came down the wicket a couple of balls before, a missed stumping. And this would have been actually quite close here with a sweep shot. It was I thought it hit a pad, but it's actually hit the bat, the outside edge, over the top, and how unlucky is that to get bowled?
Well, that is a remarkable dismissal. And Taylor, who was looking pretty good, now has to make her way back to the pavilion, bowled by Rajaswari. That's a disappointing one for England.
Well, she'd done all the hard work, she got herself in and got the innings going, especially in that partnership. But pretty good innings. I'm impressed with Sarah Taylor, my first look at her as a player.
Well, in comes Lauren Winfield. Just 24 years of age. Hails from not too far away from here, from York. Still relatively early in her ODI career.
York, beautiful part of the world, that is. Great city. Notice down below some girls, young girls, part of the Yorkshire team, come to see her teammate.
Well, that wicket coming at a very good time for India. They were just starting to get on top a bit, those two England batters, and they've got the breakthrough, India.
Yes, they were quite fortunate. A lucky way to get out there from Sarah Taylor, but it's broken up the partnership. They congratulated with each other, and she missed stumping, then a dot ball, and then the wicket. So they lack that ruthlessness within themselves to go, hey, another 50 partnership here, and we are going to set a total around about the 220 mark. Especially her being a key player, she didn't need to do that. I feel the execution of the actual sweep shot, she didn't actually get herself into the right position. It was kind of a half sweep.
Well, you mentioned that she didn't quite set herself for the sweep shot. Is that partly down to the fact that she moves across her stump so much?
It might be. She kind of she does it, maybe a momentum, her head movement goes across, and it doesn't look like a shot she's quite comfortable with. Maybe she doesn't practice it, whereas someone like Charlotte Edwards, of course, very, very good sweeper, gets into that position very early.
Gets off the mark, Winfield.
Pretty sure her game plan now, Charlotte Edwards, to bat right through the innings, and the girls coming in to take the risks as the innings goes on. It's very important now that Charlotte Edwards doesn't get out, because you don't want two new batsmen in at the crease. That's just it's a huge error for a side.
Well, it still does look a very good pitch, and if you were Charlotte Edwards, what would you be looking for as a score right now?
No, I think around about 200 to 220 is par. The sort of bowling does suit this pitch. It's fairly flat, but the taller bowlers who hit the deck hard, there is a bit of inconsistency with the bounce.
Well, projected score 172 right now, but of course that's reliant on these two staying at this same pace. Lots of changes still to come.
Just ticking along nicely here, Charlotte Edwards, just on the ones. And that projected score it's now the very modern way to have wickets in hand. If they have 8 wickets in hand with 10 overs to go, be amazed, what they get at 7 and over and 8 and over, the big scores.
Well, it's a modern evolution from T20, really, isn't it?
Yeah, not only that, it's the bats now. If you look at the bats, how the engineering of it, the technology, they're huge and they pick up beautifully around about 2.8, and whereas before, if that size of bat and that weight, they're just like sledgehammers. There's just absolutely no way you could get any type of bat speed. But now, especially the weight, they're all in the gym, they work out, and they just prepare in a completely different way.
Well, a flurry of runs around the 19th over. Just gone a little quieter again for England. A wicket will always bring a few slower overs after it. She is a gutsy bowler, Rajaswari. Continues to really give it some air, asking Edwards to come down the track and try and go big.
Yeah, very much so. Very brave. And again, it forces Charlotte Edwards to sweep. We just like her though, just the odd one, just to fire through. Just try and trap someone like Edwards in that position. Very, very consistent, a bit samey, just a bit too predictable. If you're a batter, you just try and line up those type of bowlers.
Well, tickled down, trying to come back for a second, decide against it. Good work by Goswami to stop that second run.
With this type of bowling, you've got to create power on how slow the ball is coming through. It's a good shot there from Edwards down the ground. Got to the pitch of the ball. Just the ball before, a little bit shorter. Edwards trying to create, just trying to get the ball squarer, but if there's no pace on the ball, it's quite difficult to do that. So down the ground, get to the pitch of the ball.
And we are just coming up to the halfway mark in this innings. 24 overs gone, 82 for 2. The captain's still there. Oh, we're seeing those deck chairs in use today. They really were a sad sight on Thursday. Rainy, windy. Oh, not too many in use. Just found a couple of people.
No, we're inside here and my feet are freezing. So goodness knows what it's like out there.
Or perhaps a heavy Friday night. Well, in doing my research for this, Mal, I found out that Sir Ben Kingsley hails from near this part of the world, from Snainton, a little village near Scarborough. Father Indian, mother British. Should be interested in this, you think?
I think just to keep the family happy there, you've got to stick with your mother though, haven't you? You don't want to fall out with your mum.
Well, I don't know if he's a big cricket fan, Sir Ben Kingsley. Lives down in the south now, so a bit of a trek up here to watch this one. Maybe he'll come to Lord's on Monday.
Certainly is a trek to Scarborough.
Well, that's a lovely shot. That will run away. Edwards going along very nicely.
And again, beautiful square drive there. Too much width there from the bowler. And this outfield is like lightning. Mr. Pearce, any 5 yards on either side of the fielder is going to be 4 today. Which suggests to me that score, that pass score for me is around about the 200 mark, 220. I think 170 is probably not enough today.
Well, a very good effort by Mandana on the boundary to try and stop that one. Well, again, it's a risky run.
It is a risky run. It's good fielding again from the Indians. I've been impressed with their energy in the field. Considering I think they favour the cold too much. But they really have backed up their bowlers. Really a direct hit there. Diving in the outfield from the word go. It's been excellent today. It was a pretty good over, except for that one, the boundary. She just got it wrong. Just too much width there for Charlotte Edwards. And just breaks that pressure from a bowling unit. So there's a break here now for the water, so they can regroup.
Yeah, well, it's a shame that Catherine Brunt can't be involved today. Perhaps just resting up for Monday. Has had that bad back injury which kept her out for 8 months. Back into the action on Thursday, but today rested.
Yeah, nothing worse than a bad back, especially in these conditions, the cold weather. And just looking at that order there, I'm very excited actually to seeing Tammy Beaumont. I saw her in the nets earlier. I played in a charity game last year with her, and I was very, very impressed, not just with her as about her character, very bubbly, very positive, up and at 'em. And yeah, she actually made me look like an absolute idiot, if I remember. I couldn't score a run, and at the other end she was smashing tall parts. She's got very much of a Brian Lara backlift. She creates a lot of bat speed, so I'm looking forward to seeing her towards the end of the innings.
Just the 1 wicket, Rajaswari getting it. And it is a very strong batting lineup that England have, all the way down to about 8. Jenny Gunn is at 8, and she did so well in the test match at Wormsley.
Yeah, test match, big shock for me. England lost that game. Especially on the first day, losing that all those wickets. But they bowled out for 90, is that right? Correct?
Yeah, 92, I believe.
You're always catching up in any game, bowling out for 90. So I certainly want to win this series today here at Scarborough. Everybody wrapping up warm, of course.
Goes to show you how cold it is. Woolly hats, scarves, blankets, sunglasses as well. It is sunny. Sunglasses and beanie hats. You don't see that too often.
Yep. And then after the game, you're going to, I'll never forget, as a 19-year-old, I went into a pub here and ordered a pint, and the Yorkshireman said to me, there's 3 taps in our house, lad. Hot, cold and Tetley's. And it says everything up here.
Oh, we had Matt Hoggard making the teas on Thursday. I think it was okay. I didn't have one myself, but the general consensus was that he can make a good cup of tea.
Yeah, he likes an argument as well, does Hoggy. Seagulls, I mean, it's seagulls, isn't it?
Well, that's what I thought. Got told off for it. Well, I believe we are having a change of bowling. Harmanpreet Kaur is coming into the action. Bowling from the pavilion end. Very much touted as the captain in waiting. Once Mithali Raj just decide to call it a day.
It's a long hop there at start. I saw that Mithali Raj, 148 one-day internationals. What a record that is. Experience 46. T20 internationals as well, 8 Test caps.
Oh, just a couple of looseners there for court. This time worked away by Edwards as she creeps towards her half-century.
Seems the same with all the bowlers, just takes them 1 or 2 just to get nice and loose. Not a great deal of spin there, yeah, but what was that, a significant quicker pace to the other spinners.
Oh, she is completely different to Rajaswari, isn't she?
And very samey again, very, very samey with the same sort of taste. Just with the Indian spin bowlers especially, and just the variation is probably needed. A bit better that time, just a bit of flight. Variation, just nearly over, just the one off it. So a fairly good start there.
Well, Lauren Winfield on Thursday looked pretty good. She got about 15 and then sort of threw her wicket away as well, going for the big shot, caught in the infield. A little frustrated with the way she got out.
Charlotte Edwards again, just rotating the strike. She'll have a role here, just getting the ones trying to bat through the innings. Up to Laura Winfield to take the calculated risks as the innings goes on here.
And another chance of a run out here. Winfield sent back. Well, they did go for the quick run, in fact, and Winfield, well, she would have been home.
I expect Winfield to be a fairly good player of spin, batting at number 4, so she'll be used to facing spin as soon as she comes out to start her innings.
Good fielding.
Again, they've been backed up, the bowlers, with their fielding. Been excellent today, the Indians.
Again, it's a bit of a risk. And Edwards not particularly happy with that, being sent back. And after 27 overs, it's 93 for 2, and myself and Mao will take a short break. We'll hand you over to Phil Blacker and Matt Floyd.
So still delicately poised, isn't it, at this stage, into the second half now of the England innings. Very different innings that Charlotte Edwards is having to play from Thursday. Edging towards that half-century again, and so much riding on her shoulders, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. As is often the case with Charlotte, she really needs to keep batting here and get a real big one, and everyone else just bat around her.
Unorthodox.
That's one way of putting it, yeah. England will certainly take it, though. They've just been able to manoeuvre themselves into a half-decent position now. Key will be keeping wickets in hand.
What point do you think they will really try and release the shackles? They have been scoring slightly more freely, but at some point they're going to try and cut loose, aren't they?
Nice little paddle sweep. No one down there. So that could be 3, or will they just settle for 2 there? Just 2. Well, I think, Phil, they're okay at the minute. I think they've got a batting power play to come, of course.
Yep.
Which can bring wickets, but more often than not will bring a few runs. They can just keep ticking along, keep wickets in hand for the next 10 overs or so, and see where they are, I think, will be the tactics. Talking to Mal Loy earlier, he seems to think that 200 will be a more than useful score on this pitch.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see how the pitch plays a little bit later on. There's the projected score at 175. First task to bring up the 100. And that is almost achieved here.
Powerfully struck, straight to mid-on. I think the key for Lauren Winfield here is not to get too bogged down. Charlotte needs to carry on batting through the innings, and Lauren just needs to keep her score ticking along.
That brings up the 100 for England. Maybe haven't got there quite as quickly as they would have hoped for, but it's been solid from England. It does give them scope, as we say, to step it up a little later in the innings. Could have been close, and it been on target. Very sharp in the field, haven't they, all day?
They have. I think there's been a bit of miscommunication, though, as well, from the England batsmen. Certainly something that can be improved in the next game.
Quite catch that cleanly, the full toss.
Yeah, perhaps trying to hit it a bit too hard here, I think. It was a juicy full toss, and the eyes lit up. And not always that easy to put away those.
Playing just her 7th one-day international. There's Lauren Winfield trying to establish herself in this team. A useful platform that she has here. 29 overs gone. England 101 for 2. Very patient innings from the captain at the top of the order.
Still batting to come, though, isn't there, with Lydia Greenway, Tammy Beaumont, Natalie Sivert, Jenny Gunn, can all hold a bat. So as I said, if England can keep wickets in hand, say perhaps 3 down with 10 to go, that'll be a fantastic launch pad for them.
Still now and again an issue, the wide for India.
Interesting, we've got 2 very different types of spinner here. Rajeshwari and Bisht, in fact, the 2 left armers really looping it up. Kaur completely opposite, firing it in, a lot more pace.
Get too much of a chance with the ball on Thursday, didn't Court? Just the 2 overs bowled. Does offer a bit of variation in this Indian attack. Keeping the pressure on with 20 overs to go in this England innings.
Yeah, but I think England will be pretty happy with where they are at the moment. The key thing, just the 2 wickets down. Charlotte Edwards still at the crease, approaching 50. I'd imagine from here, they'll be looking at minimum 200.
It's in the air.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a good time for Charlotte to get out. There never is a good time, but certainly not right now.
Just a single. It's the skipper back on strike.
Almost just chipped that one back there. I think they're struggling a little bit with a lack of pace here from Bisht. Not too much bounce either because of that lack of pace.
Edge behind. This could come back. No, thought about it. Settles for the single and the wait for the 50 goes on.
Just a hint of turn there. We've seen a bit more from Bisht in past overs. But I just think that both batsmen preferring a bit more pace on the ball. A really fast outfield, so once you get it through, more often than not, it will go to the fence. But when there's no pace to work with, you've just got to try and hit it that bit harder and often lose your shape, as we've seen a few times so far in the innings.
Shorsika Pandey receiving a little bit of treatment. Well, there is the 50 for the England captain for the second time in successive matches in this series. The 44th 50 of her one-day international career. Very different in style to Thursday, but equally important for England.
Yeah, vitally important today. It's been difficult out there. It's a used pitch, the same pitch they used the other day, so not coming on quite as nicely. She's had to change her game, and so far has done so fantastically well. She just needs to keep on going here, because what she does is absolutely crucial to the overall total.
Carefully done. Of course, having got the 50 in the first match, she fell shortly afterwards for 57, but it was a very different situation at the time. Her and Heather Knight had led the run chase and put England in pole position to go on and get the win. Here she needs to be a little more careful, and has played exactly that way throughout. Winfield not exactly following the example there.
Just get the sense that Winfield is getting a bit edgy now, really wants to get on with it. And you feel something may happen. It could be a boundary, it could be a wicket, but she's certainly looking to up the tempo.
And you can see the intention, just not quite finding the sweet spot.
Charlotte Edwards' 50 came off 93 balls and included 5 balls.
Another excellent knock so far from the England captain.
Yeah, very strong through the offside. Charlotte Edwards always has been. Any width she's latched onto and punished. And the occasional shot through the leg side as well. She's not a one-trick pony. Classic Charlotte Edwards, you'd say.
So important for so long for England. Another wide. Those really are creeping up the extras.
Yeah, 12 wides. Not really acceptable, I'm sure, for the management. But that is.
They'll be more than happy with that one. They simple as that in the end. Winfield coming down the pitch and paying the heavy price.
As I said, I felt something was going to happen here. Winfield was getting a bit edgy and just chose the wrong delivery to come down to, really. Didn't get anywhere near it. And a hint of turn, more than a hint of turn, in fact. Far too good for Lauren Winfield in the end. So she departs. England 112 for 3. Winfield gone for 10 off 29 balls.
Second wicket for Rajeshwari. So important at this stage to take the wicket for India. Plenty of batting, as we say, still to come. But she'll be really disappointed, Lauren Winfield, with the manner of the dismissal there. Made it just a little too easy. The pressure paid off for India.
It was a lovely bit of bowling, though. Beautifully flighted. And that will certainly interest England's spinners. Let's have a look at Lydia Greenway's statistics. Pretty good. 117 games, averaging 30. 11 50s and 100, strike rate 62. And her side could certainly do with a useful cameo in the last 18 overs or so. The game entering a very important period right now. Just need people to stick with Charlotte Edwards and keep this run rate ticking over.
Greenway not offering the shot to the first ball faced. Only faced the 4 balls on Thursday, actually. Came in with the match all but won before the rain arrived. But hugely experienced part of this team as well. It's these two club mates with Kent as well, Charlotte Edwards and Lydia Greenway.
Very nice sweep shot, that. Nice way to get off the mark. Yeah, I'm sure they've batted together dozens and dozens of times throughout their careers, or know each other's games inside out, which should certainly help. And they'll have a plan in mind as to where they want to be over by over.
Well, good running to get the single there. This may be indicative of the understanding we were just alluding to between these two.
Loves the sweep shot, Lydia Greenway. Very good at sweeps and reverse sweeps and all sorts of unorthodox shots. And we've seen 2 in her first 4 deliveries.
Making intentions clear from the start, isn't she? With 33 overs gone, England 115 for 3. Rajaswari taking 2 of the wickets now for India. Too good for Winfield. Taylor was unfortunate, of course, a little earlier. This partnership could be a key one for England to head into the business stages of their innings.
Yeah, for me, this is definitely the key partnership for England. The 2 most experienced batters in the lineup. Some good batters to come, but if these 2 can break the back of the work that's needed to be done, that will certainly take the pressure off the likes of Tammy Beaumont and Natalie Siver.
Thought about it for a split second. As we say, there is plenty of batting still to come. Jamie Beaumont next in. Winfield back in the pavilion. Plenty of time to reflect on that dismissal.
Beautifully played, that. Really, really nice. Saw where the gap was. Premeditated and executed perfectly. Used the pace very, very well. You can almost play Cowell like a medium pacer. She's firing it in so quickly. And Lydia Greenway recognised that.
Subtle but deliberate, wasn't it? Only short boundary. Tried something similar. Lydia Greenway will be happy enough with how she's slotted straight into this partnership. Looked in good touch right from the start. Despite, as I say, rarely getting in the action a couple of days ago.
So they should have to take the batting power play after this over.
Yes. Yeah, that could get interesting.
You're timed down to long off. You don't want to go into a batting power play though, having just lost a wicket. So nothing silly this over, I think, is the order of the day.
The single, adhering to the mantra.
Impressive spell this from Rajeshwari. Certainly been the pick of the bowlers so far. 2 for 19. Found a bit of turn. Nice bit of dip as well.
Yeah, she's looked impressive. Didn't play in the test match at Wormsley. Only made her one-day international debut against Sri Lanka at the start of this year. So 35 overs gone. 124 for 3. Good over again from Rajeshwari. Change alongside me in the commentary box, replaced by Malloy.
And the innings is brewing up nicely here. 15 overs to go. 7 wickets in hand. Foundation to set now. Got some big hitters towards the tail end of the England batting lineup, of course, with the exciting Tammy Beaumont, who I've seen a little bit of. Charlotte Edwards is doing a fantastic job here, batting all the way through the innings, making sure that there's not 2 new batters at the crease, which is crucial.
Somebody taking lunch early? So the batting power play has been taken.
No surprise in the power play. Goswami's going to take the ball. Very, very impressed with her spell early on in the day. Hit the back of a length. Be interesting to see how she goes in the power play, whether she tries to bowl full into those Yorker positions or goes back of a length. I think early doors go back of a length again.
That was tight.
Charlotte Edwards, she is determined to get run out at some stage today. I think that's about the 4th time. Direct hit should have been out.
Taken very few chances today with her stroke play, but yeah, running between the wickets has been a different story, hasn't it?
Yeah, she can laugh about it now, but I think it's the 5th time lucky, I think, for the Indians to run her out.
Big shout, gone.
Yeah, just fell across the Greenway, that front pad, and then had to play across herself, and The umpire had the easy decision there. It's pretty plumb. Pitch just around about Midland leg, going on to hit middle. And, yep, it's amazing, isn't it? A power play, you lose the shape of your shot. You're trying to hit the ball and trying to hit in areas where you don't need to, and you lose wickets.
We've lost Lydia Greenway before she really got going. 8 from the 12 balls faced. Yeah, the power play making the difference there, even if it is just psychological.
Yeah, and she's only just got in there, and yeah, the power play can work against you. It really can, and it's vital now that Charlotte Edwards does not lose her wicket, and brings in the dangerous Tammy Bowman. I've bigged her up all day here, and you watch her get naught.
You're expecting big things, aren't you, from Tammy?
Well, I played a game with her. As you see the dismissal here, yeah, it's actually pitched around about Midland leg, and yeah, the umpire there, no doubt about it. She played in a charity game, and I was very, very impressed the way she, bubbly personality, attacking mood, struck the ball very, very nicely. Quick hands. Watch this bat lift here, very Brian Lara-esque. That's a right-hander though.
Pretty much a spectator on Thursday. Well, she didn't get to bat, but has the opportunity here to express herself. England in need of a big contribution. Big shout, well, would you believe it? Would you believe it? Gone first ball. Now, you were saying.
Oh, God, I apologise to Tammy there. And, oh, dear, that is Martin Saggers has got the... he's got it right again, absolutely dead plumb. Credit to the bowler. Swami has been excellent all day, coming in a difficult situation here with the power play. Very straight. Got a well-deserved wicket there. Clash there between the two, the batsman and the bowler. I think there was only one winner there, Goswami, in that clash as well.
Quite some over from her. Tammy Beaumont on first ball. A couple of excellent deliveries in succession from Goswami. Just didn't give Beaumont even a sniff of a chance to settle. And in the space of those two balls, it is starting to swing India's way.
Yeah, very much so. Just with that very high bat lift there, you noticed. I mentioned about Brian Lara. Just early on in the innings, the bowler's got it nice and full. Just late on the ball. Martin Saggers there, the umpire. No doubt at all whether that was out or not. Very, very good decision.
So here we go then. Natalie Siva, the new batter, and Goswami on the hat-trick.
A very healthy bat average there, batting 52. Clearly can play.
It wasn't a bad ball, was it, for the hat-trick attempt? Just thwarted.
Well, that ball's around about middle and off stump. Skeeter's just managed to get that onto the leg side. Great ball for the hat-trick ball. There or thereabouts.
Responsibility falling back to Charlotte Edwards just to try and steady things here after what has been an outstanding over from Goswami.
Yeah, I think now Charlotte Edwards will have a chat with a partner there. No more wickets for the next 5 overs. Set the foundation. It's a plan B now. Set the foundations for the last 10 or 8 overs so that they can launch an attack. Just 1s and 2s here, even if it isn't a power play.
So quite off the legs. And it has beaten the fielder, and it will go the distance. They needed that.
Goswami just got a little bit straight there, and in form. Charlotte Edwards is going to take care of that, especially with the ball coming onto the bat. And probably the first time today, the fielders just let the bowlers down there. There's a half a chance to stop that. But just through timing of Edwards, it's just pierced that fielder.
Just took a little of the shine off the over from Goswami. The boundary coming off the last ball of it, but 2 wickets in there. 130 for 5 after 36.
The score was brewing nicely for a score of 200. We might just, if they just get a partnership going, get to that score, but they're going to have to do a lot of work in the next 10 overs or so to get there.
We've talked about the depth of the England batting, but losing Greenway and Beaumont in successive deliveries has given them a real problem. There's Bisht.
It just takes the pressure off Bisht here, those 2 wickets, being a spinner here. They know they can't lose another wicket, so just give it a bit of air, variation as well.
Smart piece of play all round.
Yeah, I think that's what Charlotte Edwards will do now. Just look around for the ones. She knows she has to bat through the innings.
Got hold of that. Straight to the fielder. Charlotte Edwards is so used to this sort of situation, isn't it? We've seen it so often, her anchoring the innings effectively.
And it's ever so important she does it today for a side.
Again, good running. It was ambitious to even take that on. Last ball of the over.
And a good weighted single there from Edwards. Vitally important here for the series, I think, that she has to bat now for the next 10 overs or so. She'll know how important it is for her and her side. Just a reminder, if they win this, of course, go 2-0 up in the series.
Yep, third and final match at Lord's on Monday. It's all very much in the balance today. Well, thanks to the contribution of Goswami. Skipper Mitali Raj desperate that there will be something at stake at Lord's.
Very good cricket there from Edwards. Single again. Just going back to that, Lords. If it does go to 1-all in the series, you probably get back. India, it seems to inspire the touring teams playing at Lords. They just go up a notch, don't they? 10% individually as players.
Yep, don't get too many opportunities to play at the home of cricket. They might find it more to their taste than what is now sunny Scarborough.
Yeah, very much so. And taste being the operative word. The best lunches on the circuit as well. Mississippi mud pie. Is it Mississippi mud pie? Something like that. It's magnificent.
Not sampled the lunch here yet, though, have we?
Again, fantastic bowling there. Goswami, you'd usually say the bowlers in the power play overs go nice and full, but with her height, back of her length, difficult. I was talking earlier about bowling a heavy ball. It kind of hits the splice of the bat, so you feel it in your hands on the handle, so you It gives that impression it's a heavy ball, but it's down to the height and how hard and a good length you bowl.
Slight tweak in the field for Skiver.
Just give yourself a bit of room, Skiver, looking to knock the bowler off their line, creating an angle maybe on the leg side. There isn't a fielders, there's no fielders at deep square leg or deep mid wicket.
Well, not quite as dramatic an over from Goswami, but equally efficient, keeping the England batters pinned back, really. Just the one from it, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a case of, they know that she is the danger bowler. 8 overs, 18 runs, 2 wickets. That one maiden there. Charlotte Edwards. A little look at that mid-wicket boundary. It's a free hit, but she knows that, release that temptation and just block that ball. Just get through this little spell of bowling here and then start again.
So Bish continuing from the Trafalgar Square end. That one was perhaps there to be hit, wasn't it? But didn't really fully commit to the shot.
Yeah, well, she did. She kind of went through with it. Her weight went into towards the balls. Siva, very impressed the way she's gone about her things. New to the crease, of course. Seems a confident player. Should be averaging 52.
That's a lovely shot. Found the gap.
It's a strength of hers, isn't it? Sweeping the ball, left arm spin, going against away from the bat, but as good as she is with the sweep, she just pierced the field there, tripping over for the boundary for 4.
Gentle touch, but equally effective for the single.
Again, good cricket there from Edwards. Gets the boundary and then rotates the strike. Mature batting.
Playing quite beautifully at the moment. He's the England captain. And that's up in the air. It's going to be safe. Bit of a risk though.
Here's a bit of a risk, but I guess the Edwards' partners coming through, they're the ones to take the calculated risk. It's so important that she doesn't do this. She easily puts that ball again to the covers. She'll know out there in the middle what type of score, if it's turning or not. The pitch is starting to wear. Thereabouts, around about the 200 mark. She'll be very happy with the captain. Gives her bowlers something to bowl at and defend. Get that 11 against 2 feeling towards the back end of this game.
Crowd growing in number as the contest goes on. As I say, it is weather-wise the best part of the day right now. Glorious by the coast.
as a surprise. Goswami is going to carry on with her spell into her 9th over now. I would have thought they might have held her back for her last 2 overs right at the end of the innings, but just press the gamble button here to get Edwards out. If they do, suddenly that target and that score will change.
Really well played again. Just the one bounce.
Brilliantly executed there from Edwards. Short ball this time. Bad ball there, picked up right arm jab shot over mid-wicket.
Eight fours for the skipper so far.
That's a much better length there from Goswami. I think anything short on this pitch is going to sit up and be smacked out for 4. So the England bowlers, they'll be watching this, knowing the type of length, watching this bowler here. Even the very impressive Goswami can get it wrong occasionally. When she did, she went the distance for 4.
And if India took the decision that they did when winning the toss with the weather in mind, it perhaps hasn't worked out for them. What do you think England's bowlers will be thinking now, considering their imminent reply?
Well, it's in the 4th innings on this pitch now, so it's gradually getting worse. I'd be just interested. So just sneaking there for a single. Good one, that. Just with the new ball on the sort of surface, back of the length. We noticed that the ball hit Charlotte Edwards on the finger. The taller bowlers, if they release the ball from a height, then they're going to get bounce, and indifferent bounce at that, which is difficult to score runs early on in the Indian innings. So it's just interesting to see those first 5 overs.
Ball of the over from Goswami, and England move on to 150 for 5 with 10 overs of this innings to go. I'll hand you over to Mikey Pereira.
Ten overs to go now, and out in the middle, the beautiful sunshine now. Just typical day now in Yorkshire.
Yeah, hi again, Mal. 26 for 2 in that power play. Doesn't often work out.
Well, it doesn't, and it was a disastrous start to that power play, but it was a good comeback from Seaver and Edwards, who are starting to get a partnership going. Power plays can disrupt an innings sometimes, and it's amazing how often that actually happens.
Pandey back into the attack. Good start, almost squirms through.
Yeah, she's just getting that angle, that inducker angle, bit of swing in. I think it's swing. I'm pretty sure that ball will be pretty messed up now in the 40th over. Well, it'll be the 20th over of that ball from that innings, that end, of course.
You can see the Yorkshire Hills rolling in the distance. We obviously spent some time in Lancashire. How do the hills compare?
Oh, they're miles better in Lancashire. They really are. More beautiful, they've got more colourful. It's so dreary here, it's awful.
I'd keep that quiet around here, I think. Very proud here in Yorkshire. wonderful vista here.
Missed out there, Edwards. Loose ball outside off stump. Just found the bit of the fielder. Again, good fielding from India. Been really, really impressed with them generally as a fielding unit. The coach has done a great job there.
Oh, some movement there.
Yeah, and early signs of wear and tear of the wicket. Just when I was out there very briefly this morning, there were cracks in the wicket, and that's hit a crack for sure. To go away that much, believe me, it won't be the seam. Oh, nice crack again. A little bit baffled why India won the toss and bowled.
Oh, Charlotte Edwards smiling because she knows her bowlers have this to come, and it will just wear and tear even more.
Yeah, it'll be a case of back of a length, especially with the new ball for their bowlers. Still got to bowl well on this wicket, because as we saw earlier, even the very impressive Goswami, if you pitch it short or drag it down, you're going to go the distance.
Oh, dancing down the pitch there, Siva. Good shot just for one.
Dragged it down the bowler. Siva's just come down the wicket, but she still went through with a shot. Right arm jab of a shot towards deep mid wicket.
Well, you'd say that it's gone well for India. Mithali Raj will be happy, apart from this stubborn England captain. Charlotte Edwards is producing a very good display here.
I swear your world-class players come to the fore, and Charlotte Edwards is really showing her class and her experience. She didn't panic at all. The only time she's looked like getting out is run out, believe it or not. But just from a few misjudged singles and whatnot, especially early on in the innings. But I was very, very impressed with the way she handled the new ball, got through that impressive opening pair there.
Yeah, bowled really well, Rajaswari. 2 wickets, the danger at this end. A very easy single there for Edwards.
Again, another single. Even not the most elegant of players, but effective. Very strong bottom hand. Typical down the order type of batsman. Looking in that mid-wicket area, whether it's for a single or a boundary option.
Well, this time Edwards going up and over, drops comfortably short. They go for the second. Now that's very good running. Hard running there from Siva and Edwards.
Yeah, excellent running there. Siva going to the danger end, the quicker of the two. She's getting on now, Charlotte Edwards, isn't she? She's mid-30s.
Still a good turn of pace. Well, again, it's a risky single, and it's, in the end, quite comfortable. Edwards, good backing up there.
Yeah, easy single there. The keeper, I think, done very well behind the stumps, except for the direct throws. Had a bit of a stinker today, to be honest. Very, very good hands behind the stumps, but not the quickest towards the ball and a direct hit. So probably the only downfall on the Indian fielding display today. She is pretty useful behind the stumps.
Well, 8 overs to go. Would you expect Edwards and Siva really to turn on the gas now?
Well, that answers your question. Siva is, she's thinking boundaries. And not only that, I think now Edwards is probably waiting for this moment, the whole innings. She's probably going to chance her arm a little bit and look for boundaries herself. There was indications that last over as well. She was going to go over the top, into out, over extra cover.
And again, just dancing down the wicket.
It's still a long way to go, though, 8 overs. But I think Charlotte Edwards, 20 more runs for a well-deserved century. Should be thinking about that, and also the score of 200 as a target.
Well, that's going to be out, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. Well, gets away with that one.
She's had a bad 5 minutes, the keeper. I'm afraid she's done very well up until just a couple of overs or so.
Oh, Jain behind the stumps won't want to see that one again. Letting Edwards off the hook.
I'm not sure about that option, Charlotte Edwards. I think she's such a good player when she hits down the ground, and only has to beat the fielder either side by about 10 yards and she'll get the boundary. She's getting just a little bit too funky, I think, with the paddle sweep. I don't think there's enough pace on the ball to go over that short, fine leg fielder as well.
Just rearranging the field here. Well, Siva gets that one away. Moves on to 16.
That was an interesting shot. Quite where she intended to place the ball, but still the same effect. A bit of a glove, I think. It's gone over the keeper as well.
This time going down the ground. Should just be the single.
Both batsmen now looking to score a boundary off every ball now. Certainly as an option in the mid-wicket area.
Just about stops it. Does give the batters the chance to get back for a second. And it's 169 for 5 now.
Brilliant cricket shot, and even better fielding again from the Indians. And a throw at the stumps as well. Not just satisfied with the stop. I just think that's a better option for Edwards to hit down the ground. She's such a strong player down the ground. I think the funky shots to leave to Siva, and Gurn and Hayes with the other to take that calculated risk.
Well, these standout innings, of course. Edwards right at the top there. 83 off 126 balls so far. Backing up that wonderful display on Thursday where she got a half century. She's gone even better today. Well, up in the air. And it's a very good catch. It's Raut who's got it. And Siva is heading back to the pavilion.
Yeah, she's doing the right thing here, Siva. She's taking the risks. But for a second there, I thought she got a bit more on that. She just leant back on the shot. Just a bit of mistiming, but the Indian field came in. Great catch in the end. Running in, difficult catch to take.
Yeah, those are the hardest, aren't they? Coming in. Does really well there, Punam Raut. Well, you mentioned that the par score was 200, 220, around that area. England will be hoping to get there.
But just as we're thinking, you know, the boundaries are going to come, the Indian bowling side just seem to get the wicket, which just brings in a new batsman, of course. Just takes a little bit of time. Gunn, who's a very experienced player, would have been in this situation many, many times for England. A nice steady average around about 20, 550s.
Well, they did cross, so Charlotte Edwards back on strike.
Again, I think Charlotte Edwards will just have a bit more time to let the new batsman just get in. She'll get the singles.
Yeah, really very good experience now at the crease for England. Jenny Gunn playing comfortably over 100 ODIs. They'll be hoping that these two stay in for the rest of the innings, try and pile on some runs.
Brilliantly weighted shot there again from Edwards. You know, there's a single there on the onside or the offside every time. India won't be too disappointed with this, as long as they're just singles. Look at the odd dot ball here and there. It's the boundaries that kill the bowling side.
Very good work again, this time by Niranjana.
Slight variation there from the bowler, from about 24 yards. I'd like to see a ball from 22 and just their variations of the odd quicker one and the natural slower ball as well, just to get through her action, just the variations rather than that one. It just gave Charlotte Edwards enough time to rock on the back foot, and she got a single, but she got away with that. Either side of that fielder would have been 4.
Well, right now it's very tough to call which side is on top. These next 6 overs, vitally important.
I think if Edwards bats through the innings there or thereabouts, England are going to get to that total of 210, and we'll be very pleased with it, especially as you're going into the 4th innings on this pitch. I'll certainly be very happy with that. Gives my bowlers, they've got to bowl well though, back of a length, to give themselves any chance.
Well, it is Goswami's final over. Well, you mentioned, Malloy, that you're coaching at Wellingborough School. How'd you get on this season?
Very well. We've got a good group of players in the last couple of years, been unbeaten for 2 years, so we're yeah, there's a number of players who I feel that might go on to play first-class cricket, hopefully.
Well, the Malloy effect.
No, it's got nothing to do with me.
Edged, will be safe and will be 4. Goswami head in hands. That's unlucky for her.
Yeah, and that spoiled the bowling figures. Goswami there or thereabout, back of a length. There is a bit of movement there, even in this stage of the innings. It's just, oh well, it's the perfect shot, isn't it? You're not going to stop those down at third man.
Yeah, you've got to say that the way that this pitch has acted in the last few overs, it's breaking up, it's all very good for Edwards and heading into this next innings.
Yeah, I'm just looking down at the lineup here, the bowlers, England bowlers, whether they've got that type of bowler, tall bowler, to hit that sort of area, back of a length. If not, I still think it's a pretty good pitch.
Yeah, Anya Shrubsole bowled very well on Thursday. Getting the ball through to Sarah Taylor very nicely indeed. She'll be looking forward to bowling here. Well edged and might run away again.
Wow, it's incredible.
Well,
I think she's actually edged it a little outside edge, a little feather onto the stumps. Brilliant bowling.
Goodness me.
She's been so consistent.
Goswami gets another. Third wicket for Goswami. Let's have another look at this one. Yeah, it does just catch the edge of the stump. That's a wonderful delivery from Goswami.
It's, you know, it's you bowl top of off and you can't get any better than that. A little bit of movement still. A lot of that, I think, is from the height she bowls from. She just hits that area and deviation with it. It must be the wicket at this stage of the innings. It can't be the ball.
Welcome back to Lord's, where the picture is perhaps a little brighter than when we were last with you. It's still raining, but not quite as heavy as it was an hour ago. But nevertheless, it has been non-stop rain all day here at Lord's. Some of the England and India players have been wandering around the field, signing autographs for some of the hardy fans that have stayed here. But everyone has just had to remain patient, I'm afraid, as the weather continues to dictate proceedings. The decision has been made to take an early lunch taken at 1 o'clock. So that's where the players are right now. The latest that play can begin is a very precise 3:23 p.m. And given the fact that the pitch will take an hour and a half to be readied for play, there may well be an inspection at around 2 o'clock. But hopes aren't too high for good news, as the forecast continues to show heavy rain this afternoon. Well, it is a grey, murky sky above here in northwest London. And the prospects of play are unlikely, but we will certainly keep you posted. And we'll go back to action from the second ODI at Scarborough on Saturday, where England are batting, and it's 179 for 7. Charlotte Edwards closing in on her century. Well, I think the England batters will be delighted to see the back of Goswami. That's her 10 overs done and dusted.
10 overs, 3 for 30. And a couple of those down to third man towards the end there for a boundary, just to take an edge off those bowling figures, but world-class display, just 3 and over.
Well, backed up very well by Rajeswari, of course. 3 wickets for her as well. Pandey, perhaps the bowler that's struggled the most here. And it is Rajeswari to continue it.
Interesting to see what Hazel does here. I'm sure she'll just take few balls just to get used to the pace of the pitch and then look to launch. She's the one to probably go for the boundaries.
And gets that one away. And that should slowly go towards the boundary. Nice shot by Hazel.
Yeah, very good shot, but she has that time again, that loopy left arm spin. And Rashwami here just gives her that time. Just wasn't backed up by the fielders there, much for the first time today. Now into the 46th over here. We're getting a bit tired, the fielders.
Yeah, absolutely. They really have upped their game in the field today. That one a rare blemish, that misfield. Shout of a stumping, not going to be given.
Shout of a stumping, and then a strange shot. She's just going to mid square leg, and that does not look good. She just clutched her hamstring there as she played the shot.
Well, that's not good news at all. Daniel Hazel, important in the bowling attack.
She just overstretched with that left leg, trying to keep in the crease. Brings in the physio, incredible support staff they have here. England, S&C, physio, 4 coaches. Amazing how the game's gone forward. And she looks like a hamstring to me. She's pulled that, she's holding that at the top there. She overstretched herself in the shot.
Oh, she's shaking her head. Doesn't want to go off. Doesn't look good though.
No, it doesn't look good at all. And Edwards was calling for a runner, but I don't think you can have runners, can you? At international level now. I'm pretty sure that counts in certainly in the men's game. So.
Well, quick consultation. Physio sent back, and Hazel on the attack.
Rashwami again, giving the ball a lot of flight there, trying to learn the batsman, certainly testing that left hamstring on the sweep shot.
Yeah, absolutely. This doesn't look like a great injury for Hazel. Limping around badly. Might not be too keen on taking the quick singles. That's a nice looking shot. And like you say, she does look good, Edwards, when she comes down the ground, plays straight.
Very, very good down the ground. She's in a good position then for the bowler, if they are offline, to go with the line of the ball, so to play 360 degrees around. So I think it's just a better position to hit down the ground for her. Hazel here, though, struggling between the wickets. Sometimes when there's an injury like this, sometimes the focus can be the injury and not the actual the game in hand. So just hoping she's limping. She's limping quite significantly here as well. I'm not sure she's allowed a runner.
Trying to jog it up, trying to stretch it out here, Hazel. Edwards looking to back through this entire innings. Closing in on a century. And it's Pandey back into the attack. Nicely worked away. And Charlotte Edwards continues to pick the gaps.
Very, very good length there, but unfortunately for the bowler, didn't quite get the eye line. It just gave Edwards the chance to throw her hands at it. And, gritting her teeth there. Fantastic shot. She's very, very close to that 100 now.
Yeah, determined look on the face of the England captain. Yeah, good stop there from Pandey. Thought about the quick single. Given Hazel's injury, perhaps not the wisest idea.
What odds would you give me for Edwards being run out on 99 today?
Don't do that.
Really put the mockers on Beaumont.
It's a lovely shot. One of the shots of the innings from Edwards.
Again, brilliant down the ground. Technically very good against the new ball, Edwards. And then later on in the innings, that strong bottom hand. She's got a great game plan that she's worked out over the years. Brilliant shot down the ground.
Looks that one away for a single. Moves on to 97, Edwards. Hazel's gone big, but not big enough. And it's a comfortable catch there. And Hazel will limp back to the pavilion now.
I think it was the right idea. Both the fielders mid-on and mid-off up. It's just the execution of the shot wasn't quite there. It was there to hit. Just hit a little bit too high on the bat. Just managed to get to the orthodox mid-on. But more concerning from her is that hamstring, how it's going to affect her in the field.
Well, absolutely, the physio has some work to do during lunch, because Hazel is a very important part of the bowling attack for England. And right now, she could barely walk off the field.
Yeah, you're right. I can't help but feel that spin is going to play a huge part in this game today, in the fourth innings on this actual pitch. The way she's just walking off the pitch there, that might be the last we'll see of her today.
Well, fingers crossed she does make a quick recovery, Hazel. Once again, they did cross. Shrubsole comes in, but it's Edwards to face. Last ball of the over from Pandey. Edwards keeps the strike, moves on to 98 now.
Top bowl in there, nice and full. Gives the single. You'd be happy with singles now from an Indian perspective. And I'm pretty sure Charlotte Edwards will be very happy with two singles from her perspective.
Well, absolutely. Charlotte Edwards, one of the most distinguished sportswomen in the country. Talking about her legacy, she hopes that young girls will want to play because their sisters and perhaps mums were in the game. She says that most of the girls in the current squad started playing because their brothers were playing, and she wants that to change.
Yeah, very much so, and it is changing. I've been retired now for 3 years of the game, and I've been involved with the school, Wellingborough School. You brought it up earlier. Just starting to get a girls' team. Trying to get rid of a couple of other sports so it gives them a chance to play cricket, but because of cricket's popularity, they want to play the game.
Yeah, through initiatives like Chance to Shine that many of the current players are supporting. Girls' participation in this game really has risen over the past few years, and Charlotte Edwards certainly is the face of that.
Just important now, just to get bat on ball. Keep rotating the strike. She's just gone in, but just watch that ball.
That's nicely played. That's a very good shot from Shrubsole. Nice way to get off the mark.
She's done better than watch the ball. That is a fantastic shot. Right up there with the best shots today. Got to the pitch of the ball there. Beautiful sweep shot. The timing of it split the fielders. If she's got any kind of elevation on that, that probably would have gone for 6.
Yeah, superb timing. Oh, she's got a nick on that. And Rajaswari claims another wicket.
Yeah, and I heard the nick, but I didn't hear the appeal. I thought, please, I mean, honestly, surely they're going to go up for the appeal. And I think there was just a small appeal. A very tired India team out there at the moment can barely appeal when you get an outside edge like that. And the nonchalant keeper there just took it very nicely.
Well, like you say, I wasn't sure that it was going to be given out because there was hardly an appeal from Jain behind the wicket, just a celebration. And Shrubsole after that excellent boundary makes her way back to the ropes.
And this is a strange scenario. They've got the 200, real opportunity to get that 210, 220, but they keep losing wickets, which brings in, I know, Catherine Cross. Father played for West Ham. Brother played for Lancashire Academy as well. Very, very good player, Bobby.
Well, what she's got to do now is not get out here, and she does well. Charlotte Edwards will have the chance to move to her century.
It'll be interesting to see what the Indian fielders do here. Do they creep up to try and save the single? I'm pretty sure they won't with the 2 overs to go in a one-day international. So it should be an easy proposition for Edwards.
Yeah, clearly the 2 bowlers, Rajaswari and Goswami, dominating proceedings there. 4 wickets for Rajaswari, and she has finished her 10 overs.
Yeah, Goswami, I haven't seen a great deal of women's cricket, but for what I have seen, she's been by a long way the best bowler I've seen. She's tall, she's quick, she hits the deck hard. It's made it very, very difficult, but here's another class act. Charlotte Edwards about to take face.
Yeah, all eyes on Charlotte Edwards now. And she works that one away. It'll run away to the boundary. And England's captain does it again. Her 9th ODI 100. Her first against India. And what an innings.
What an innings indeed. It's just the maturity of the innings, how she paced it. She got through that new ball, difficult opening spell. A few harem-scarums between the wickets, but then has led her side magnificently to this score. Oh, if it wasn't for Charlotte Edwards, where would England be?
Such a dominant display here today.
It was a nice ball to go to 100 though, wasn't it? Outside off stump, a free cut shot for her.
Yeah, eyes lit up with that one.
Interesting to see what Catherine Cross does now. Hopefully she sees a bit of common sense and gives the single to the dangerous Charlotte Edwards.
Just a single there for Cross. Gets to the pitch of that one. Edwards works it away for 1.
Yeah, and these are free hits, really. Probably should have gone to the boundary, but it's hard to criticise Edwards. Such a world-class innings.
That's nicely played away by Cross. And she will nick the strike from her captain. 1 over left, 209 for 9.
One big over here to take him to 220, I think would be, well, the England camp will be very, very happy with that.
Well, that's the moment. Edwards getting to 100. Like you say, a nice ball to get to 100, puts it away well. And arms raised.
Yeah, it was pretty gift wrap, wasn't it? Very well, they're going hit me. It's a strange, it's a strange option, I suppose, to bowl the back end of the innings to the spinners. Don't see that very often. Goswami bowled out. She probably bowled too many overs, I think, at the start, but they gambled on taking the wicket of Edwards.
Edwards back on strike. Crosses look pretty comfortable. Number 11 coming in, knocking around nicely. Well, that's a drop there by Shaheen.
I don't think that drop catch will be that costly, but the one earlier by the keeper certainly will be. It's the difference between a score of 220 and 280, I feel, that first drop catch.
Coming down the wicket. Well, Cross surely looking for the single to get Edwards back on strike for the last couple.
I think it's all or nothing now. She's just got away with that wide there. Maybe the fact that she gave herself a little bit of room on the leg side.
That's nicely played. And it will be Charlotte Edwards to face the final ball of the innings.
Yeah, let's have a six. First six of the innings. This is she's eyeing up the leg side, that is for sure.
Well, it does go to the leg side. And it's just about stopped on the boundary. And they come back for two. A wonderful display from Charlotte Edwards. The standout highlights of this innings by England. 214 for 9. Charlotte Edwards bats throughout.
Yeah, 9th one-day international century. That's off to Charlotte Edwards to bat through the innings here. She'd have got out in that. I mean, that's a really good moment, isn't it? Two world-class performers, Goswami and Edwards together, congratulating each other. I'm sure Edwards is congratulating her because that was a fine spell of bowling early doors. A nice moment, that. Charlotte's going to walk off here to fine round of applause, and well deserved at that.
And she's been out there for over 3 hours. And quite rightly gets the applause of Scarborough here. That one squirmed away for the single, brings Mandana onto the strike. Been at the non-strikers end for a while, Mandana. Really are very sharp in the field today. Well, she'll be happy, Cross, with how she's come back into the side. Into her 4th over, just given away 7 runs so far. And when you miss the first ODI of a series, it's nice to come back and show your ability.
Yeah, certainly doing what her captain has asked from the start.
This time Mandana taking her on though. That's a lovely shot, and again just shows the wonderful technique that this 18-year-old possesses. Just looks so comfortable when she dances down the wicket.
Yep, only really needed half an invitation to go on the attack, and she was there. Getting a fairly short boundary down the ground, making the most of it, filling her boots.
Oh, it's put down. Put down there by Greenway. Pretty sure it did carry. Yeah, it certainly does. And Greenway will be disappointed with that. That would have been a key wicket.
Yeah, she almost had it as well, didn't she? Just put it down at the crucial moment. What a huge wicket that would have been.
Well, Charlotte Edwards would not have wanted that to go to anyone else. Greenway, excellent fielder. One of the best fielders in the world, but puts down that catch.
So 8 overs gone. India still without loss, 24 runs on the board. We shall see in due course just how costly that will be. But Greenway and England can't let it play on their minds. As Mikey makes way in the commentary box for Mal alongside me.
Good afternoon to the warm Scarborough. Roasted now in the commentary box. Yeah, that catch. I wonder how costly that's going to be. Mandana looks like she's lining up very, very nicely. Elegant left-hander. Tall left-hander at that. And usually your backward points are your number one fielder in the side.
Yeah.
You probably expect her to take that catch. Went straight to her. It's almost too easy.
Yeah, she certainly would have expected to take it. Picks the gap beautifully, highlighting just how costly it might be.
Always the way, isn't it? Drop a catch and body language from the side. Affects everybody. Loose ball there. Just on the leg side, just swinging onto the legs.
Well, that's going to go all the way as well. Just nudge behind. All of a sudden the runs are starting to come.
Again, down the leg side there. Should be very, very disappointed with that. 2 balls now. There is a bit of swing there, which you expect with a newish ball. It's only 4 overs old, remember, because they use the new ball on the side of the wicket throughout the whole innings. So there should be a bit of movement there.
The wider one. Again, it was tempting. Again, is ultimately unrewarded for it. We've seen that so often already in this Indian innings.
And that one there just held its line. Just outside off stump. Just the batsman fending at it. Just carried on. We see that bounce again as we saw in the England innings with a new ball there or thereabouts. The taller opening bowlers hitting the splice or even higher in Charlotte Edwards' case on a nasty knock on the finger. Really kick-started her innings though. It's a new ball pitch, and these 2 Indian batsmen were looking just to get through this initial period.
And again. How many lives is Raut going to have? But they are getting through this opening period so far.
And that's a poor shot there from Raut. It's just a nothing shot. You only not going to get any runs for it. Anyway, you're going to play a miss or get out. No point in, as an opening batsman, playing anything like that.
Slightly more expensive over with the couple of boundaries. Maybe a 32 without loss.
Beautiful shot through the covers against Kate Cross, daughter of David Cross, of course, the ex-West Ham player.
One-time FA Cup winner, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was. 1980. I'm showing my age now.
I had to look it up.
Trevor Booking scored the winner. That's it. No more information about that game.
I was going to say.
Just a bit short there from Cross. Impressive. Goswami, who bowled back of the length pretty consistently throughout the Indian innings. The first spell she bowled was excellent. Cross will be looking to get there or thereabouts with that length.
Will be cut off. They'll be happy enough with their progress so far, I think, won't they?
Yeah, very much so. And the wind, of course, is just trying to go across to the left-hander. So just trying to bowl it straight. The wind going across it, bringing that first slip.
How's it go? Not quite the first six of the day, but it wasn't far away. It's got more height, really, than distance on it.
Yeah, real indication there of authority to take this game to the English attack. A couple of strides down the wicket, over the top. There's a strong shot there, a couple of bounces into the boundary for 4.
Just like that shot down the ground. There's Mandana. A bit of a breeze, as you can see. Really get anything else by the seaside here.
I mentioned about similarities in the England innings with Taylor and Kevin Peterson. Mandana, Ganguly.
See where you're coming from.
Left-handed batsman, likes to hit down the ground, give a bit of, maybe the glasses as well, is probably selling it to me.
Certainly aids the comparison, doesn't it? And there is the breakthrough that England required. Cross gets a reward. It was all so straightforward in the end, really.
Indian batsman just playing in front of the front pad there, closing the face of the bat, which is why it wasn't timed. It's just popped up to Cross, and it is a needed breakthrough from the England team.
Right at the end of the 10th over, and England have their reward. And you can't say she hadn't been living dangerously. Punam Raut, her return to the team. It was Shrubsole that had been causing her most of the problems, actually. But it's Cross who gets her wicket.
She'll be disappointed with that. Toward the end of the power play overs. Looking to just just work the ball around after that. Easy runs on a pretty placid pitch. Feel here at Scarborough. We'll learn more about that, I think, when the spinners come on. It'll be interesting to see whether or not we see Danielle Hazel as the effect. If she's out there at all and looking to bowl, she'll have some sort of effect on the game after struggling with her hamstring injury.
Jenny Gunn into the attack from the Trafalgar Square end. Karuna Chayin, the new batter.
Strange bowling action there from Gunn. It's the experienced Gunn, of course. Involved with this England team for some time now. They played here at Scarborough. They seem to play a lot of games here.
Yeah, been part of this side for a decade now. That's Jenny Gunn.
This wind will help her away swing there. Any signs of swing? Got the first slip in there. Just feel this England attack there, looking at that flag there, going across, help it enormously. This cross is trying to get the ball in and away against the left-hander. And I'm nearly getting my shorts on in the commentary box here. It is absolutely beautiful in Scarborough now.
This is much more as per the brochure. Much less like the norm, actually, in late August in Scarborough from my previous experience.
No, this is definitely a first for me. In a late April, early May, it was purgatory. It really was.
Yeah, your memories that you were mentioning earlier don't sound the fondest of North Marine Road.
I didn't get many runs here either, on a really placid, good pitch. So yeah, it is a unique, beautiful ground, and the houses in the background. I heard a story once that someone with a pellet gun shot the fine leg once in the 80s.
Shouldn't laugh.
It's a hard school in Yorkshire. If you're not bowling well, you're going to get shot.
Pay the price. Yorkshire have been playing here since 1878. New 10-year deal was agreed some 4 years ago, I think, for the county to continue to stage some of their matches here.
Yeah, and it's a shame that it doesn't happen a lot more with the other counties. Northamptonshire, we used to play at Luton, Tring as well, Wellingborough School, where I'm involved with now, but it just doesn't seem to happen anymore. Financial reasons. It's a lot of money to put on these events away from their normal ground, so you can understand why the counties don't do it. But with bigger counties like Yorkshire and Lancashire, with established grounds like here at Scarborough, I suppose you can understand why they do it, and it's a beautiful ground. Change in the bowling attack. And, I was talking about him earlier. Danielle Hazel is going to come on. She's recovered from a hamstring injury. She overstretched herself while batting earlier at the back end of the England innings, and she's going to come on here and bowl her off spin. It'll be very useful on this pitch, especially as the ball spinning away against the dangerous left-handed Mandana.
Right, well, Phil has gone off to have a well-earned tea break, or maybe an ice cream in this weather, you never know. And time for some off-spin. I'm sure Danny Hazel very happy to be bowling in these conditions, rather than the conditions the Indian spinners got to bowl in.
Yeah, very much so. As a spinner, you want warm conditions, those fingers to be nice and loose and warm. Nothing worse, especially bowling leg spin, actually. You imagine bowling leg spin with cold fingers, it'd be awful.
Nicely played yet again by Mandana. Looks a fantastic prospect, doesn't she?
It's just kind on the eye, isn't it? It's just very, very elegant, especially on the offside. The timing, and it's just that drop catch. You just wonder, is she going to bat all the way through the innings? If she does, they'll win this game. I'm pretty sure just the way she times the ball, they'll look to her to try and do what Charlotte Edwards did in the England innings.
Bit of turn straight away for Danny Hazel. I suspect slightly outside the line, but it wasn't too far off.
Yeah, and this, for me, it's early signs of the danger why India, on the toss, didn't bat first. In T20 cricket, you know, the conditions don't really change that much, but over a period of 50 overs, it's amazing how the conditions can change.
Very, very close to the stumps there. Got a long way across, did Jane. Looking to get off the mark. And that looked a high-risk option to me.
Very, very much so. Strange shot there. On the move while playing the sweep. Dangerous.
Well, she is off the mark now. India 43 for 1 off 12.
And I think both teams will be reasonably happy with this start. India with 9 wickets in hand, setting the foundation for the innings. Dangerous Mandana, I've been very impressed with her so far. And England have got the early wicket. They haven't quite got away from the England bowlers, so they'll be reasonably happy. I just feel the spin the England team is going to pay their major force against this Indian batting lineup.
That is a fantastic delivery. Certainly deserved a wicket. Just too good for the batsman in the end.
And this wind is really helping Gunn's action here. A little bit of away swing and then going along with the wind. Absolute jaffa. And there was a noise there. I think it was bat against pad. Good umpire, Mark Benson.
Tell you what, it was a pretty convincing appeal, wasn't it?
It was, and it was a fantastic take. And notice there wasn't actually, the bat didn't really, was nowhere near the pad. So, if anything, you can only have hit the bat. So, interesting decision there.
That's close, that is out. Another breakthrough for England, and it is Jenny Gunn.
Yeah, that was out, and absolutely dead plump, pitched around about middle and off, and just going on to hit middle. No doubt in Mark Benson's mind there at all. The head went down and the finger went up. He was pretty convinced.
So Karuna Jain, LBW bowled Gunn for 1. A 12-ball one as well. And that, you'd have to say, Mal, looks like England now back in the ascendancy.
Yeah, very much so. And it's more so the manner, the last 2 dismissals. Fairly weak shots for me, and kind of looking at the Indian batting order and seeing how good they are. And I think they've got a couple of special players, but it's the others that I've got my doubts about. And as you look at the England lineup, they look very, very organised in the way they batted, and they've got some sort of game plan. At the moment, India, they're pretty 2 very soft dismissals.
Well, you talk about the special players, and perhaps the most special of them has now strode to the crease. The captain, Mitali Raj. Look at her career, 150 matches, averaging 50. That really is astounding in women's cricket. 36 50s and 5 centuries. So she really is the danger woman. And if she and Mandana can get together, that really will be bad news for England.
Straight away, you could just see that elegance. Touch there. A record like that. This is clearly a very key partnership.
Not able to control that one, but it really is going for Jenny Gunn, isn't it?
Yeah, she's the perfect end through with the wind going across the ground. Perfect conditions for her. Is there a case of getting a second slip in here? Key wicket, isn't she?
Nice skills there.
Cambridge girl. It was at Huntingdon she's from. Back in the league, Cambridge United. You wouldn't know about that, Matt. He's just a southerner through and through, and anything above Luton, you're not really interested in, are you?
Steady on. I think I can just about manage Huntingdon. But a great start by Jenny Gunn. 2 overs, 1 for 2 so far. If they do put a second slip in, where's it going to come from though? That's the issue, I suppose.
I guess it's a gamble, but if they do get that wicket, break this partnership's key, I think it's game over. I just think it's worth that second slip, especially the way the ball's swinging, and the wind helping it towards those slips as well. Early on in her innings, key player.
Yeah, you think if England can get a breakthrough pretty soon, that could well be a terminal blow for India.
Top bowling now. Nice bit of bowling. Quite turning, but a little bit of drift going away to the right-handed batsman. Luring Raj into the shot.
Again, nice use of the feet by Mandana. Not willing to let the bowlers settle too much. And this time right back in the crease. And played nicely for a couple. Out to the boundary rider.
Seems very, very easy for her to play on the offside there. Just a little bit more pressure on there on the offside. I'm just looking on the out where you could bring another person there and just dot those balls up. But along nicely here. It's good to see that Hazel is moving pretty well after what seemed to be like a A torn hamstring the way she walked off to bat earlier, but the physio's clearly done wonders on it. Just so far, a little bit scrappy in the field, England, when you look at how well India fielded. Really backed up their bowlers. I think England are going to match this. I think win this game, they've got to match England in the field. There's a drop catch, a couple of misfields already in this innings.
Stop that time. I suppose we've seen Lydia Greenway do some amazing things in the field, and when your gun fielder puts one down, it's probably one of those where the rest of the team just sort of thinks, oh, it affects the whole morale.
Very much so. And even worse still, just by looking at Mandana, who's clearly a very good player, you're thinking, oh no, is it going to be her day and go on and score 100? And I'm that person that's dropped her. Dropped Brian Lara twice in 2 balls once. Couldn't dig a big enough hole at that time.
Did he get many?
Just 197.
Well, that's not quite as bad as the guy from Durham, is it? Who's it, Chris Scott?
Chris Scott, yes. In fact, he said he'll probably go, I think he dropped him on about 20 and said he'll probably go on and score 100 now. 500 later.
Arguably the most costly drop in the history of the game, that one, I think. Uppish, just wide of the fielder though. Could go for 4. That fielder does well.
Good piece of fielding there from Winfield. Yeah, on the side of the ball, dragged it back. Nice throw in as well. Mandana, I haven't seen her play one ball net yet, down the ground or even on the leg side. A very, very offsided player. Likes to stand the leg side of the ball and just throw her arms at it. Actual talent, likes a bit of room, tries to create a bit of room on the offside. Just feel the bowl, the England bowler's probably got a little bit straighter to her, so that she plays across it. She's always looking for that shot on the offside.
No ball, but good line.
I think that's the better line. There's a little bit of turn there. Anything around about middle stump. She is going to always look to go on the offside. It's just the way she plays. It's a free hit here. It's a real crime here, especially from an off spinner.
Well, this should be very interesting. Off spinner to a left-handed bat. Free hit. Struck very well. But luckily for England, straight to the fielder.
Surprise, surprise on the offside. Went for the boundary. I'm only jealous because I played on the leg side, so.
You'd have made a good partnership, you two.
Well, I kind of, as time went on, I kind of knew what the bowlers were doing. They went wide to me, and I knew I wasn't particularly strong on the offside. And I suppose out in the middle there, you've got to be quick on your mind and suss out the batsman who's in front of you. Just probably got to bowl a little bit straighter to her. See, that's too easy for me. That's just too easy. It's just too wide. She can manipulate where the ball goes, open her wrists and then the face of the bat. And whereas ball is straight, she's got to make an angle even greater with her hands, which is a lot more difficult. It's just a shotgun in the background. Look out, fine leg fielders.
Hopefully that's not referring to the story you came up with earlier. Well manoeuvred that by Mithali Raj. 16 overs gone now. India up to 59 for 2. What's the plan for the Indian batsmen here then, Mal?
Well, it's a long, long way to go. And I feel just by the 2 dismissals of the other girls, these 2 are the class acts in the side, and they've just got to build a partnership here, get themselves in on a pretty placid pitch. Doesn't seem to be that much turn. I thought there'd be a little bit more turn than this, to be honest with you. Being a 4th innings pitch. That swing seems to have gone now as well, so I definitely wouldn't think about the second slip now. Try and create the pressure from an England point of view. A missed shot from one of these top-class batsmen.
Lovely straight drive from Mithali Raj. Beats the mid off. And that is a perfect example of the class that has got us so many one-day international runs.
Beautiful shot. Beautiful shot. The half volley down the ground. Beautiful timing. Sachin Tendulkar-esque. The same bat maker, of course.
Superb records across all formats, really. Over 50 in both ODI and Tests, and a very healthy T20 average as well.
And I think if these 2 bat now for the next 10 overs, score will be over 100, and suddenly you can see the light and the countdown of the run chase.
Well, the key for England in their innings was simply one player going through and the rest battered around her. You'd think if either of these 2 can do the same, India should be home and dry.
Yeah, very much so. It's just a shame that dismissal with Taylor. I felt that was a key partnership to get that score to around about 240.
A pish, and well taken. Very nice catch from Lydia Greenway. She has redeemed herself. Mandana goes for 32.
Big wicket, key wicket there. Break up this partnership. 2 key batsmen in this side. Just put so much pressure now on Raj to bat all the way through the innings. Because she's such an off-sided player, played way in front of a front pad, and the angle of her bat just gets becomes open and more open. That's why backward point is a key position for Mandana. She's going to hit a lot of balls there the way she plays, especially if she plays in front of herself.
It's a sparkling innings, just 41 balls in the end for Smriti Mandana, 32. I'm sure we'll see plenty more of her in the future. But you're right, Mal. There were warning signs there, weren't there? There were 1 or 2 before, which went in the air in a very similar area.
Yeah, she's very laid-back sort of character and carefree with her drives, and yes, it looks elegant and it's kind on the eye watching it. Beautiful player to watch. But at this stage of the innings, you need a partnership to get you around about 120. And just unfortunately there for India anyway. She hasn't gone on. But the thing is, the pressure now on Raj, the key player, the #1 player in India, it just mounts, and be interesting to see what the rest of the Indian batting lineup is like.
Well, the new batsman Harmanpreet Kaur can certainly play, averaging 34 and just over 40 ODIs, including a couple of hundreds, and has been known to play very aggressively when she needs to.
It's a scarf, okay. Is it a scarf?
I think it is a scarf. Probably not one that I'd wear, but one that you will need up here, that's for sure.
Oh, you London types, you're just too trendy. If it's not Armani or anything like that, you're just not interested. That's a proper scarf from Scarborough.
It's just not cold down there, we don't wear them.
Shot there, nice late cut there. Raj, couple of runs. I feel this will be another facet to their game, running between the wickets, trying to out-hustle the England fielders.
So 2 right-handers for Danny Hazell to bowl at now. Settling into a nice rhythm outside that off stump.
What's impressed me about Daniel Hazell is just her variations. Some balls that go, tries to get through a bit quicker. I found the Indian spinners just a bit samey, a bit loopy, other than the off spinner who kind of got it through a little bit quicker, of course.
Perhaps slightly got away with that one. 67 for 3 off 18 overs then. Well, the thing with Danny Hazell is she is now the senior spinner in this side. She's fairly experienced, played 33 ODIs, 54 2020s for her country. But most of those would have been as a secondary or support spinner to the likes of Holly Colvin. There was also Laura Marsh involved back in those days, Danny Wyatt. But now, Hazell very much the senior spinner. She's bowled 4 overs so far, so 6 to go. And I'm sure Charlotte Edwards would very much like her to continue to exhibit some control and pick up the odd wicket.
Right, it is a key part of the game now. They desperately need a partnership here, India. And now England, if they get that one more wicket, they would be right on top.
would you agree that it seems at the moment this innings following a fairly similar pattern to England's innings? Every time a partnership seems to be developing, wicket goes down and that just halts them a little bit.
Yeah, you're right. It's the biggest downfall for me with the England innings, if you can say that, is that lack of support for Edwards, a batter support. The right back end there was some support from Cross, but the big runs had to come from the other end to get that score of around 240. Just feel at the moment India probably thinking that 214 is just probably 215 is a bit of a big target and too many big shots early on with their batsmen. It's a long time to bat, isn't it? 50 overs. We've gone from the T20s to the 50 overs. You don't realise how long you've got, and if you've got wickets in hand with 15 overs to go, it just sets the foundations to make a real counter-attack and launch some big sixes and some fours. It's amazing how boundaries can kill off the opposition.
So we're through 19 overs then. India 69 for 3. Time for myself and Mal to vacate our chairs. In come Mikey Pereira and Phil Blacker.
You ready for this hat, girls? Come on!
Oh, they look a bit warmer than they did on Thursday, huddled up under blankets on Thursday. Today they can sit out in just tracksuits. Hazel with the shades as well.
Potentially hotting up as a contest as well now. And we'll be happy enough at this stage, particularly after that key wicket of Mandana.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought Mandana and Raj, if they could get in together, then that could be the key for India, but very good to get rid of Mandana, and great from Lydia Greenway to respond to her drop catch by claiming the catch once more.
Yeah, best possible response from her, wasn't it? Away with that one. And she can smile, because that could have had a different ending, that particular story.
Yeah, really gets away with that. Good areas that from Hazel. Well, we saw the England captain dominate the England innings. We might need to see the same from Raj if India are going to come through this one. Big shout to no avail.
Yeah, Raj is going to be so important, isn't she? She is to India what Charlotte Edwards is to England. Gapped away and well placed. Winfield will get that.
Well, as you may well have known, or you can see from this summary, that England did go on and win that second ODI in Scarborough. It meant that England won this Royal London ODI series, winning both matches in Scarborough. Charlotte Edwards, the player of the match, with her spectacular century, the 9th of her career, a new world record in women's ODI history. India just didn't have someone to kick on and get a big score, and that was their undoing. The news here from Lords is bad news, I'm afraid, as this third and final ODI has been abandoned. It's rained all day here at the home of cricket, and it shows no signs of stopping. Still formalities to be done at the end of any series, and we will head down to Ishikawa in the long room for the presentation.
Yes, welcome to the presentation ceremony. We're here in the long room here at the home of cricket. Disappointing news that the girls couldn't get on today, but it has been raining all day, so it really was not possible. I'd like to start by speaking to the losing captain, Mithali Raj. Mithali, disappointing for you to lose the series, but you've come away with 1 point from this no result, but you must have desperately wanted to play here at Lord's.
Yes, because with the new format, we know the importance of earning points, and then also that after the second game, the Indian team was shaping very well. So we were very keen to play at Lord's, and also for the first timers, it's very disappointed because they wanted to experience playing at this historic venue.
Yeah, you gave England a run for their money in the second game. How proud are you of the girls for coming back from that first one-day international where you lost?
I think it was important because we do realize we're playing at international cricket and also playing against one of the top teams. So it was important for us to stage a comeback in the second game and do very well.
What did you take from the 2 one-day internationals that you did play at Scarborough?
I think from the second one-days, I definitely feel that I'm sure the girls would have learned, and it was quite evident to see why England team is the top team in the world, because they snatched the victory out of our hands, and we do realize where we've faltered, and I'm hoping that in future we'll try and improve on those departments.
It was the first time here for a lot of your girls to England, a lot of them playing on debut. How proud are you of the way they adapted to conditions, fairly alien conditions for a lot of them as well?
Yeah, that's true. I guess they have adapted very well with the camps and kind of little bit inputs from the seniors like Julian and Karuna, which has assisted them. And I'm sure that, they have definitely experienced the English condition, the freezing cold, playing in that conditions. But I think it's those experiences you will relish for life.
What's next for the Indian team?
I'm not sure, but then I guess the domestic or maybe one of the countries coming down to India to play home series.
All right, thanks a lot, Mithali, and thanks for all of you for coming here to play such a wonderful series. Well done on the test win as well. It's now time to introduce the player of the series. No surprises, really, for a 58 and 108 not out in the second one-day international. Charlotte Edwards is player of the series. She receives a NatWest medal from Mike Gatting, MCC president and former England captain, alongside a magnum of champagne. But we will hear from you a bit later. It's now time to welcome up the winning team from England in alphabetical order. Tammy Beaumont, Catherine Brunt, Kate Cross, Lydia Greenway, Jenny Gunn, Danielle Hazel, Amy Jones, Heather Knight, Sonia Adedra, Natalie Siver, Anya Shrubsole, Sarah Taylor, and last but not least, Lauren Winfield. And the winning captain, Charlotte Edwards. You just come here. Charlotte, you must have been disappointed with the no result, but how satisfied are you with the series win?
Oh, absolutely delighted to win the series, but really disappointed, obviously, not to get out and play today. Obviously, well, most favourite ground, and I'm sure the Indians feel exactly the same.
Would you have liked a reserve day with 2 points up for grabs, of course, with the ICC Women's Championship starting before the one-day series?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, the 2 points are going to be vital, I think, moving into the 2017 World Cup. So, yeah, but it's not to be, but we're happy to take the series 2-0.
What have you learnt about this group of players over the 2 one-day internationals that you have played?
Oh, we're pretty resilient. I think after the Test match, disappointing display there really, and to bounce back in the fashion we did at Scarborough, I'm really, really pleased. And you know, we've still got room for improvement, and I think that's always a good place to be as a team. And you know, we hopefully can put that right come in the next week against South Africa and obviously New Zealand in the winter.
How do you think you've improved as a team since the professional contracts have come into place?
Look, I think it's really hard to say. I mean, we've only been professional cricketers for 2 or 3 months now, and I think to put a gauge on that right now is really difficult. But I think hopefully in a year, 18 months' time, I think I could probably answer that question a lot better, and hopefully, you know, we can keep moving forward as a team.
Your own form, you still happy to be churning out runs for your country?
Oh, I don't think I'll ever get bored of scoring runs, Ish, but you know, I'm really more important that I'm contributing to the team, and obviously to contribute in this series, especially under pressure like we were going into the games at Scarborough. Yeah, delighted.
Another 100 for you, which meant that you broke the record for the number of one-day hundreds in women's international one-day cricket. What does that mean to you, and how special is that as an achievement?
I think it's something you always look back on at the end of your career, to be fair. I didn't realise I'd broken a record until the guy said it at Scarborough. So, you know, delighted, you know, my 9th century, but hopefully there's many more to come.
There were two very different innings that you played. The first one on a very flat deck. The second one seemed a lot harder to score your runs. You had to bat throughout the innings. Is that testament to you as your ability to adapt?
Yeah, absolutely. But I think, you know, 18 years of experience also helps there, Ish, as well. But I thought the Indians bowled brilliantly on the second ODI, and Julan, one of the best bowlers in the world, I think showed her worth there. And you know, it's probably one of the toughest 10 overs I've had to face. But you know, I guess my previous experiences helped me get through that, and I knew I had to bat through and bat big.
Well, congratulations once again, Charlotte. It's now time for you to collect your Royal London one-day trophy for winning the series 2-0. Well deserved to the England team, who came back well after the Test loss at Wormsley. They won their first 2 one-day internationals. And that's where all the champagne is. I'm sure they'll be looking forward to celebrating tonight before their matches next week against South Africa. It's been a real all-round performance from the girls. Of course, it has to be Michael Gatting that sweeps up all the champagne. The Royal London one-day champions, the England women's cricket team. Let's have a big round of applause. Well, that concludes the presentation ceremony here in the long room at the home of cricket. We've still got lots more cricket to come for you, with the England team playing South Africa in 3 T20s, one at Chelmsford, one at Northampton, and the final one being played at Edgbaston, ahead of the men's T20 international. From a very wet Lords, it's goodbye from us.